Okay, I have a podcast topics pulled up to now. So I guess the first thing we can do is introductions. Just introduce yourself to stream, talk about what you stream, and as an icebreaker, what is the worst job you've ever had? So I'll go first so you guys can think about it. Hi guys, I'm Caitlin. My username is pronounced Amouranth. I am a variety streamer. I stream everything. IRL, exploration type stuff. I do pull streams, fitness streams, ASMR streams, animal training streams. I also do gameplay sometimes. I'm playing with Fall Guys a lot. And just stream about every day. So you can find me on here and also my social media. I have Twitter. Oh, I have like 2 Twitters. I have 3 Instagrams. And I have 3 YouTubes. You can find them all in chat somewhere. But yeah, that's what I do. And I guess the worst job I've ever had. So this sounds really privileged, but I have never had a job that I didn't like. Because in my first job, I did Disney princess parties. And then, and then after that, I worked at the opera and the ballet doing costume design. And then I started my own company for princess parties. And then I started streaming. So I guess, I know, I feel like so privileged talking about that. But I guess, the worst job was probably the opera job. I still enjoyed it, but I didn't get to decide what the costumes looked like. So sometimes I'd be like, this looks nasty. But
imagine just saying you fucking had an opera job, dude. I think, what the fuck? That's like a fucking flex and a fucking half. My God.
I know. Anyways, okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
I'm Minx. I'm a Twitch streamer. I a lot of times Justin just chatting, but I'm about to move out this week to my new house.
So I'll be able,
yes, thank you. And I'm gonna have my new PC set up so I can finally get back into GTA RP and VR chat and shit like that. The worst job I've had would probably be working at it was kind of like an Irish GameStop or game. Just because I was underpaid. Great company there. Great people, but I was underpaid.
Yeah.
So I hated that.
Okay, is my camera glitching for you guys?
It is.
Okay, I can pull in my sister. Or I can do the intro first. Because she's using the streaming setup. But I'll just introduce myself and then I'll ask her to help me fix it.
Okay.
I thought it was like the start of Unfriended with your camera, but I wasn't saying shit. I was scared.
I don't even know what's wrong with it. Okay, no, maybe I should fix it first. Because I don't want to be ruining Amouranth's stream.
Okay, whatever you want to do. It's fine. I thought you were like tracer glitching on my end, but at least it's not just me.
No, it's definitely, I see it. And okay, let me ask her. So, okay, I'm just going to grab her for a second and fix the glitch. I'm so sorry about that.
It's all good.
So, I'm Sweet Anita, and I am usually just chatting streamer, but I do a lot of games. And I do a lot of Tourette's awareness and things like that. My worst ever job was I used to have a paper round. And at the time, I did a lot of sleepwalking. So quite often, the guy who ran the newsagent would kind of have to usher me home and be like, "Come on, it's okay." And because I'd turn up in my nightdress, just like late. But like it was pretty awesome as well. Because I was home educated, so I did loads of paper rounds and I spent it all on sweets, so it wasn't all bad.
Wow.
Fucking Christ.
That is scary for sleepwalking, yeah.
It's nice of your fucking manager, though, to, coax you home and not be a fucking giving out to you. I feel like every fucking boss I had, I drop one thing and they're like, "You're fucking fired, you're out of here." Meanwhile, your boss... That's fucking...
Yeah, that's really good.
You guys have fucking better stories than me.
What happened there? Oh, but that... he used to get drunk at the shop, and he'd just be... He had such a thick accent. He used to say, "Well, you're man. Where's that from? Do you know? You might know."
Oh, no, it's probably the fucking UK.
Yeah?
Oh, not those lads. Oh, God.
So he's like, "Why, man?" And he would be like, he'd go... I was like 13 and I'd come for my pay, and he'd like hold it in his hand and he'd be about to drop it in my hand and he'd be like, It's a blue sky for everyone. It's your sky. It's my sky. Everyone's
Oh my
guy.
God.
So anyway, so you're a beautiful young girl and you got lots of things ahead of you. And I'm so and I'm just like, yeah. Just trying to be so polite. Just, give me the money. I need a galaxy bar. I was like hooked on streets at that point. I was just, I need the foods. I need the sweets.
Trying to fucking coax it from his drunk hands, listen to a story.
Breakfast.
Fixed it.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I always have technical difficulties.
This
Me.
Alright, well, I'm Andrea. I stream on Botez Live with my sister. We share a channel. I'm 18. I just started streaming this year. For the job question, I guess the only job that I had was like in high school. I gave a lot of chess lessons, so I don't have too much job experience. Like streaming is really my first real full-time job. So I couldn't answer that one either.
Yeah. Do you like it?
Um,
or
Allow
what?
it to be your worst.
Yeah, I mean, right now, because I was going to go into college this year, but I decided to take a gap year to become a full-time, well, not become, but I'm going to be a full-time streamer for this year.
Mm.
So, yeah, this will be a completely different experience.
Did you choose to do that because of the COVID stuff, or do you think that just happened to work out that way?
It was like a mix of both. Like, all my classes were, which is really lame. Like, what's the point of paying for college if you do it from home? And then our channel, like with it blowing up just a few months ago, like I had a really rare opportunity, so I'd say both.
Okay. Oh, and just a reminder to everyone on the podcast who hasn't already, go to your voice settings on Discord and make sure you turn the sensitivity all the way down to the bottom, just so that we don't have people getting cut off later.
Okay, how do we do that? In the settings.
If you're on the Discord app desktop view, then go to your user settings. Let me see. It's like the little cog wheel next to your name at the bottom. And then if you go to voice and video under app settings, there's going to be input mode and put it on voice activity. And then you can turn the sensitivity bar all the way to the left, and that way it won't cut off your voice at all.
Okay. Okay, boomer.
Yeah, so the
There we
whole
go.
bar will be green.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Input bar. Oh, wait.
The input sensitivity
Voice
bar.
activity. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, if you put the slider on the left, the whole bar will turn green.
If you
Wow.
put the what to the left?
The slider bar. It's like a
Oh,
sensitivity.
got it.
Yeah.
The dick.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Okay. So, I guess a question that chat kind of asked earlier, which I already had on my topic list, was where did you want to be when you were younger? Or what did you want to be when you grew up?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's
Let's
okay.
ruin everything.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine.
No,
Wait,
you're good, Anita.
Can I just ask a question, Anita? Because
Fuck off,
you're
yeah.
fucking.
I love Anita. She's the best.
I was like, is it okay for me to laugh because you're fucking so funny? But I don't want to like if it's like, I don't like want to see as if I'm making fun. It's just the fucking shit.
It's okay. Like, I know I'm a tiny little woman who screams at the top of their lungs about a dick I clearly don't have. I'm in a ridiculous situation. I know it. We all know it. And I'm seeing it as a passive. Like, I was born with a passive ability to make people laugh. And there are people who train for like 20 to 40 years to become a stand-up comedian and still can't make people laugh. So the fact that I was just born with the passive ability, I just see it as a gift. People used to get mad at me when I was younger about it. And that was more scary than just people finding it funny, which is such a relief now. So now that people have done a U-turn and have stopped punishing me for it, I feel really, really, like, relieved. So it's cool to laugh.
People got fucking mad at you?
You should
Oh, yeah.
embrace it.
Oh my god, I beat those twats up. What the fuck's wrong with them? Well, at least look, you
people who
fucking
don't
taken it to a
understand.
fucking good light.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb twats.
Breakfast.
Agreed.
I missed that.
Yeah,
I
kids
forgot
can
that
be
question.
brutal.
Yeah. So I guess for me, what I wanted to be when I was youngest, as far back as I can remember, was a horse jockey. I wanted to ride horses and go really fast. I always wanted ponies every time when I don't know if you guys remember those spring horses they had in stores where like you would get on it and it'd like rock back and forth, but instead of just like a rocking horse was, like, on springs, I would get on those and just like you had to peel me off of them. I was like, no, can we keep it? But my parents could not afford one, so I was like always crying about it and stuff. So I guess that's what I wanted to be.
You're always a fucking animal lover, dude. Anything that comes out of fucking Caitlin's mouth is like animals. I want to work with animals ever since I'm a fucking kid. That's cute though.
Yeah.
Stuck with that fucking same career.
That is cute.
I know. I really wanted it, but my parents couldn't even afford horseback riding lessons, so I had to change careers before they even started. I was like, no.
And have you ever gone horse riding?
I have gone trail riding. And I find it so relaxing, and like I feel like it's something that comes naturally to me, just like the rhythm of it. I'm like, this is so fun. But I don't
Have you ever tried to ride like bareback or without the stirrups?
No, it looks fun though. I want to try someday. I have to have a good horse.
I used to do fucking horse riding, and one day it was like a lesson where we had to, I don't know, in the movies when they ride like that, I literally just went sideways off the horse and I quit. I fucking like my shoulder.
I did that too. I did that too.
How are you supposed to sit on your horse? You're like, bah, and you have not.
I never rode a horse again after I fell.
It was not a good time. Not a good time.
Bareback, I think you just have to hold on to the mane more. Like you have to like really grip onto the mane and like use your legs to balance yourself.
I have breakfast. What about streaming it? Like doing trail riding and streaming it? You do your two favorite things?
Yeah, I thought about that. I'm not sure how it would work because you have to hold on to the reins and hold a phone. But then if like somebody tried to follow you on it, they couldn't keep up with the horse. And then if you had a GoPro, it'd be really bouncy.
I was thinking a GoPro helmet, but yeah, I'll be like woo woo. Yeah,
like motion sickness stream. I think though it could work if I took lessons like in an arena and then set up a tripod. That'd probably be okay.
Yeah, an arena sounds smart.
Yeah. What do you guys want to be though when you were a little kid? The very first thing.
Breakfast. I wanted to be two things. I either wanted to be an assassin or a mad scientist. So when I was 9, my having Tourette's, my dreams to become an assassin were kind of quashed. I don't think I'm very good at stealth. But like I wanted to be a mad scientist so that I could. There's a parasite called toxoplasmosis. You get it from having lots of contact with cats and their poop. So a lot of people have it without realizing, and it basically makes you a risk taker. So there's a parasite that its life cycle, it lives in the rats and the mice and then makes them risk takers. So they're less scared of the cats, get eaten by the cat, they breed in the cat, and then the rat catches it again. And it's like this loop, right? But sometimes humans can catch it and it tries to affect our brains in the same way, which means we're a lot more likely to get caught in a bicycle accident or a car accident. And it makes women more promiscuous, apparently, according to the scientists researching the behavioral changes, which I think is kind of a risk-taking behavior too. But anyway, so basically, I learned about this when I was 9, and I was like, what if, instead of making you braver, it made you more empathetic? What if I could change it slightly so that it overproduced dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin, making you slightly more tolerant to them and need higher inputs, making you seek more human contact? And I started thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, and if I get it in the water and make it asymptomatic, nobody will know they have it. They'll just become nicer, and there'll be world peace. So I started to want to make this mind-controlling parasite slightly adjusted from a cat parasite, but I also wanted to become an assassin so that I could protect animals, because I did a lot of animal rescue work right from a very, very little age. I was like rescuing rabbits and stuff from situations where they were getting eaten, and I would just love them and stuff. So basically, yeah, those were my two career choices. Neither of them really panned out.
Very interesting.
What the fuck?
I'm impressed.
I feel like
I was not expecting all that.
The parasite bit, I was like, wow, intro. And then she goes, what the fuck?
I wanted to be an assassin so I could make ghost ships out of the ones that go up to find the seals. I learned that people go with pickaxes and kill seals for fur, and that made me really mad because I had like a little cuddly toy seal when I was 9. I was like, I would save you. So I wanted to make them into ghost ships. I wanted it to just drift ashore one day against the ice and no one know where anyone went. And all the seals go free. And that was like a little fantasy of mine as a little kid.
I'm low-key fucking terrified of you, even though like everything you're saying is for a good meaning. An assassin so she can save seals, a mad scientist so she can make fucking people more empathetic. But the way you are so confident in everything you just said, is you are already in the fucking process of it, makes me absolutely fucking terrified of you. What the fuck?
Yeah, and you're just like the good villain in the movies, like all these crazy ass things, like assassin, massive, but all for a good cause, so it evens out.
Yeah,
How
I
are
like
we and
that.
Andrea supposed to follow up now to that answer? Are you
Yeah, my answer is gonna sound
Anita.
so lame.
Jesus.
That's
She
amazing.
set the bar very high.
I just wanted to be a fucking zookeeper, man.
that's awesome.
Zookeeper?
Yeah, like something to do. That's the only animal job in. Apparently, we all have animals here, though. I wanted to work with animals too, but like, it's not very. There's not really that many animal jobs going over here, except for like veterinarian. I hate
Yeah.
bloods and I hate needles.
Yeah, I thought
I
zookeeper
didn't even
was-
know.
What did you not know?
I never knew like what I wanted to do growing up, and I'm still like in that crisis. Like I have no idea what job. When I was a kid, I had no clue. Like I was gonna go for something that my parents pushed me towards, like a lawyer. So my answer is gonna sound very lame compared to Anita's, but my issue is that I have like no idea what I want to do, no idea after college. So yeah, I'm very undecided.
I think that's relatable. That's why being a streamer is great for that
Yeah.
kind of like indecisive type of person, because you can do anything that you
Yeah.
want to.
That is kind of crazy how you
exactly.
just came in streaming. Like, you know, it's. How did you? I'm curious on how you and your sister started. Like, how long have you guys been streaming? Because it's interesting that you share the same channel. That's like, it's cool. It's insane to me.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in to know the backstory of it.
Yeah, well, we were both like very competitive chess players when we were kids. So like we're like top percentile for like females. We're competing like nationals, Olympiads. So we only had a chess channel, and we were only chess streamers. My sister started it, and I was just in high school. Like I wouldn't take it very seriously, but like my sister was one of the top chess streamers, and I was competing chess. So I would do like weekly streams, and then as high school was finishing, my sister was like, well, you should join my channel, because most of our viewers were the same, and so were like our big donators. And then we only did chess, and we only became variety streamers after we kind of blew up recently. So it was all because of chess, which is very untraditional and kind of nerdy, but
That's really fucking cool though that
Yeah.
it came from chess. Like, yeah, I never, as someone who streamed for 4 years, I never thought chess would blow up on this platform because of I just
Yeah, I know, I would not
everything,
expect
but
this.
it's cool. It's fucking insane how many different people are coming in from chess and seeing so many big streamers collab in the tournament.
wow.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
it's
really
def-
interesting.
It's
because...
definitely better because
No, go for it. You go.
no, you go first. I'll go after. You go first.
I was just thinking it's definitely interesting that I wouldn't have expected a video game site to be like, yes, let's bring a traditional game and being popular now. I'm like, that's so cool that they were like progressing in that way. They were like, yeah, gaming is nice, but what about the old school gaming and how that's adapted
Yeah,
into
I did
being
not
digital?
expect it. Yeah, and Twitch was really great because like I hated competing in chess tournaments because it was just all like really cocky boys. Like it's very male dominated and not a very social sport, obviously. It's like you go, like I would travel for a chess competition, and like it'd be hard to make friends for those reasons. So then streaming like made chess way more social. So it made me enjoy competing again.
That's cool. It's fucking insane that you got into chess though. What about? I still don't understand the game.
Yeah, our
Like,
dad got into young.
I tried to learn on stream the other day, and there were so many steps. I'm just like, no, I'm gonna just let the other streamers have fun with chess and wait until.
I would be happy to teach you. I literally did like a 30-minute crash course, and that kid just won his game in PogChamp. So anything can happen. He had no idea any of the pieces.
Did he?
That's
Oh, he
awesome.
won it.
Yeah, my
That's
chat
fucking sick.
was saying he won the first game, and he knew nothing like 30 minutes ago. So you can start anywhere.
That's
That's
insane.
really
Okay,
cool.
that's kind of cool.
That's amazing.
What age did you learn to play?
I was very impressed. My dad. So I started. We both my sister and I started playing when we were like 6 years old.
Mm.
So very young. Like at 7, we were already going to nationals. So
Wow.
it was just like a family thing. Started really young.
Wow.
At
Crazy.
7, you were going to nationals? At 7, I was
Yeah, but then it all went
the
downhill.
dinosaur on the screen. And probably still just under the nappy right then. And you're going to nationals? Okay. God damn it, everyone here. Caitlin, can you like lower the standards next time? Anita's a mad
No,
scientist.
it's like, honestly, I reached my peak when I was like 8, and since then I was not as good. So it just went downhill after that.
My
That's
God.
an
Yeah.
accident.
So in nationals as a 7-year-old, are you facing off against other 7-year-olds, or are you challenging adults?
Yeah, it's not that impressive. Yeah, it was like against other, and it was also separated by gender. So
Oh, okay.
you'd win like under nationals, under 8 girls. So
Oh, okay.
you're just playing with other kids, but those kids were like also, some of them were like crazy, like their parents grinded them, like, oh gosh. So it can still be serious, but
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just imagining you like whipping the ass of like 40-year-old men, being like, checkmate. like what the fuck?
Yeah,
But that's so
happened
really cool
too,
though.
and like that would happen at like chess clubs, so like local tournaments, and sometimes like older men, like they could get so bitter like that they're losing to like a little kid who's like a girl, like they'll call like cheating or like throw a fit. So I remember I had some experience
The
with that
irony, the adults acting like the kids. It's
too.
funny.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you
exactly?
chess?
How do you cheat? Oh, like you can go to like national tournaments, they have a lot of big rules, like going to the bathroom, you can put like on your phone, a computer or something. Or have people whisper to you like in earbuds, or like tell you moves, so you're not really allowed to talk to anyone when you're going to the bathroom.
Kind of
Wow,
like the
people take it
gambling,
real
right?
serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very serious. The higher tournament.
I like chess. I have a chessboard that the little pins underneath them slot into holes, and I take it to the cafe that I live near a cafe that I take my friends to and stuff, and I'll play chess with them over a cup of coffee. And if I like yeet the chessboard or smack it around a bit, then it saves the progress because the pins keep all of the pieces.
Oh,
in
that's
the board.
great.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
really cool.
What? How the hell? Man, why does everyone play chess here?
I don't play chess.
You don't
It's your turn to learn.
Yeah, I need to learn. I think I tried to learn when I was 4, but my mind just wasn't quite there yet, because my brother's 5 years older than me, and he was learning. He was like 9. And so I was like, I want to learn too. And then my dad was like, here's all these pieces, and I'm like, ooh, horsey.
We can do a girls' chess lesson for Minx and Aaron. And Anita,
That
of
would be
course.
fun. That would be fun. Try it.
Yeah,
Whoever,
for sure.
whoever learns first, whoever beats the other first, has to give
That'd be fun.
10.
You guys,
Hell yeah.
or you guys can play like on shots or something. You can make it fun.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Yeah.
My grandma had a chess set, and it had all these ornately carved birds, and like the queen was a peacock, and the king was a giant burly eagle, and like they were really ornately carved and beautiful, and there was like white pieces and black pieces. And when I was like 8 or 9, 10ish, I didn't have any knowledge about chess whatsoever, I don't think. So instead, I just pretended I played with them like they were toys, and I was like, let's have a protest. And I made all the black ones fight for their rights. I made them little like placards.
That's so cute. It's like a little kid, and you're like, yes.
Oh,
I had like one of those little spray
you
bottles.
were advanced as a little kid. Holy shit.
He's already ahead of the game.
I had a little spray bottle, and I'd reenact that thing where they were like fighting for their rights, and they hosed them down with power washers.
Oh
And I
my
had
god.
like a spray bottle, and I was like, "No, we will not be nice to you." And they're like, "But we want you to be nice to us."
That's insane. You are.
I'm just so uninteresting compared to these two, man.
He really is.
My God.
Breakfast.
It
Minx,
is so
you're-
funny. You
you're
were very
so
advanced
funny.
as a little kid. Like everything.
I
Mad
wasn't patronized.
scientist, assassin, chess player. God damn.
Well, I had a lot of time on my
What was
hands.
your dream job?
Huh?
What was your dream
Oh,
job?
I was
Minx?
gonna say, what was your dream job?
Whose?
I think Minx. She mentioned zookeeper at one point. But is that
Yeah.
is that the only one you wanted
I
to
mean,
do?
It was zookeeper at first until I realized like you didn't get to pet the animals in the zoo, and that was like not the job. But then when I was a kid, I strangely it was always like I wanted to be either a comedian or an actor. That was like obviously I feel like every kid wanted that. But then when I realized that was kind of, very unattainable, when I turned like 10 years old, I just really wanted to work with people with special needs. And that is what I went to college for. Like I have the degree in it, but right now I'm just enjoying streaming so much, and the loud side of me, like that is not welcome. When you work with, you have to be very careful. You have to be very, understand the atmosphere consistently with them. So right now I'm like just enjoying streaming. This is honestly the biggest dream I have, but I always have, special needs assisting once this falls through.
That's really cool, though.
That was great. Oh, sorry. I was cut you off by accident.
No, go for it. I don't care. It's fine.
I was really interested in like some of those fields too, Minx, and I like created a program like teaching kids in like special needs school, and I was thinking like that also a possible field.
Yeah, it is. It's really interesting. I just love I find so much joy in working with them. They're just so honest. Like they're never like, I feel like so many people in this, life are so fake. They're so honest. They're so like pure. They're like, it's just so fun to work with them, and they're just such lovely people that it's like, but it's also like it's such a different career area than streaming and being this loud thing. So it's like weird bringing it up, saying that I was a special needs assistant, because people find it hard to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, there's always the option later. Maybe when you're older, you maybe will not be as loud. Who knows? Maybe you'll be more loud. I don't know. But
Maybe I will be more quiet.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being loud. You can still do it being loud. Just gotta be calm.
Like this.
what were you as as a student when you were young? Were you like a good student?
Bitch.
You're a bitch.
Sorry. No, I wasn't. Well, it depends on who you ask. Okay. Shall I go first, seeing as Terrence is really eager to answer that one?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I went to college and uni, and that was hard. I didn't have a diagnosis, so I was saying weird shit, and I was trying to hide it, and I didn't know how, because I didn't know why. I just did the thing I did. So I'd go to people and I'd be like, I hope you die. And it'd be a tick, and I'd be like, fuck. Internally, I'd be like, why did you just say that? What the hell is going on? What mouth? Whose mouth are you? Because you're not fucking mine. When did we even think about saying that? We didn't. What are you doing? Right? And externally, like, I'm silent at this moment. I'm like, fuck, paralyzed with embarrassment. Just what do I do now? And they're like, excuse me? And I'm like, I'm just a broody teenager and stuff, so I'm just being ironic. It's my way of saying hello. Hi, my name's Anita. Nice to meet you. And they're like, so they'll pass me in the hallway, and they're like, hope you die. And like, my friends would be stood next to me like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
So yeah, like I'd be walking my friend, and they're like, why do so many people hope you're dead? And I'm like, I'll explain later. And like, there were little moments like that happened all the fucking time. But my main problem was that everything that I've ever loved has been based in a very male pursuit. So I did rock climbing, and I did games design, and I did animation, and I did like lots of stuff that there was just a lot of dudes there, young dudes with low social skills and a very high sex drive. And so lots of people were making friends with me and then making bets on who would get to sleep with me first and all this bullshit. So I ended up being quite standoffish. They were all kind of like nerdy guys. So there was this fire escape, and I'd go up it, and it was like probably a ridiculous amount, like 30 sets of stairs or something stupid. And I was fit enough to get to the top, have my food, and come back down in peace. And all of the like nerdy guys in games design who tried to follow me up there to come and talk my ear off and convince me that, we're best buds when we're not. And they're nice guys, right? Nice guys. So I would go up there, and I'd hear like 4 or 5 of them, one by one, try to come up the fire escape, get out of breath. I could hear them kind of echoing up the top, and then you could, oh, fuck it, I'll see you right next time. And like, I was like, yes. So that's how I got to get alone. So yeah, I basically just tried to avoid everyone because I didn't know what was going on with me, and I didn't fully understand what was going on with them and their weird boners that they kept making my problem. And that was my uni life. Yeah.
Wow.
You said that like with humor the whole way, but that low-key sounds so fucking traumatic.
It was annoying as hell because I was like, I'm gonna make friends. I was so lonely. And then everyone was just like, can we fuck you? And I was like, no. And they're like, oh, never mind then. And I was like, oh.
Wait, so when
Wow.
did you
So
get
many
diagnosed then? So you didn't like you didn't get diagnosed as a kid?
No, I didn't. So I tried when I was 13 because it got really, really severe, really severe. Like I would punch people in the solar plexus and I would say all sorts of shit. And I got beaten up a lot at school. So I tried to go to school for a year. I got beaten up and I woke up to unconsciousness by a few 16-year-old boys when I was about 12, 13. And I woke up in the medics room like, oh, I tried really hard to get into a formal school, but fuck this. You can't really do anything with an education. And if you don't survive your childhood. So I went back into home education, got lonely, got really desperate to go back to uni and make friends. And I tried, and they were just all horny. But yeah, in that time, I kept going to the doctor and going, I do all these things without meaning to. What is that? And they go, well, do you hear voices? And I'm like, no. And they're like, do you think you have magical powers? And I was like, no. Do you have a biscuit? And they'd say all these things that add towards things like schizophrenia. And when I said no to all of them, they're like, well, you're mentally sound, so you're probably just attention seeking and you'll grow out of it. And I had that like 3 or 4 times as a teenager, and it made me really scared of people because I was like, if I do this thing I can't help, they'll think I'm attention seeking and they'll hate me. So I just hid, and it made me really afraid of going outside. So basically in my 20s, I just put my foot down, went to the doctor and said, this is happening when I'm alone. I'm not trying to get attention off anyone. This is an inconvenience. It's making me smash plates and shit. It's dangerous. Can I please find out what it is? And they're like, oh, fine. And like, I went to the hospital, they tested, they made me pee in a jug for like a week, every single pee in a jug, and things like that. They tested me in loads of different ways and went, yeah, it's Tourette's. And I was like, okay, great. And then my life started because finally I could diffuse the situations I ended up in. If I pinched someone on the back of the arm before my diagnosis, I'd get kicked off the bus, or worse. If I have it after my diagnosis and I apologize and say I have Tourette's syndrome, people Google it on their phone and they're like, oh, that must be really hard. It's okay. And they're nice to me and I get to live my life now. So like it was just fucking liberating. But they started testing me when I was 22. They didn't get round to telling me they confirmed it until I was 26. I was like, can we find out what I have? Because you just tested me and did nothing. And they're like, oh yeah, we diagnosed you like 4 years ago.
Wow.
Dude,
That's
what the
crazy
fuck?
how bad those mental health services were. Or not mental health, but
I mean,
Wow.
it's insane that I'm not insane. It's great that you've come out as such a lovely person. I
Thank
mean,
you.
personally, I feel like
strong
I
women.
I got through bullying through school, but nowhere near that. And I feel like for a while I turned to be an asshole, where I was just a dick to everyone and wanted to cause like the same hurt. The fact that you went through what I thought was bad, and it makes me feel sick even hearing that. And you're such a still fucking uplifting fucking person. That's fucking crazy, dude. But that's awesome. It's nice to see how you've come out on the better side, because I would not. Dude, I'd be the most toxic person if I went
so
through
petty.
that. I would not.
Yeah.
I'd be just angry at everybody.
Yeah.
Well, you went through all of that and you still want to help others. So I think, maybe you're playing down just how much you managed to come through and be awesome.
My hair got pulled. I did not get bent up. Okay, I have a different story. I just can't get. I almost cried during that because I feel like I'm watching a TV series. I feel like
Literally, it doesn't seem like
me
real
feel
life.
sick.
I just want to give you a hug, all of you, right now, and be like, it's okay. Everyone.
Yeah, but look, at least you came out as a fucking great person. They're all twats. Even if you didn't have a diagnosis, they shouldn't. If you explain, you didn't know what to do. I don't know. That made me upset. But look at you now, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thriving, than any of all those other fuckers.
Yeah, I think like that shows like why you thrive so well on this platform now, and like you can be an inspiration for other girls going through the same thing. Like you're very strong, like to go through that childhood, and now you can just embrace it and be comfortable. So that's great.
Yeah.
Thank
It is
you.
kind of crazy that they didn't know for the longest time. So I'm glad.
Yeah.
It seems like something people aren't aware of, I guess, when they do like tests and things of what to test for and like the symptoms. So it's good that you're bringing awareness for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really frustrating though because like people don't want to believe that the National Healthcare Service here was that shit. So a lot of people just don't believe me. And I think that's the hardest thing is like when you go through tough shit and then people just go, that didn't happen because that seems ridiculous. And I'm like, I'm really glad you led the life where that seems just completely beyond reasoning, but it did happen. So stop giving me shit.
Yeah.
Can I ask you how
It's
you got into
so
streaming
ridiculous.
then? Because like that's another really interesting aspect because you know you've been not publicly shamed, but you've gone through tough times with people in the public that didn't know. So I'm just curious on how you had the courage to come on Twitch.tv and bring yourself to this. Like when did you start and how did you start?
So basically, I think that it's because I've already been so used to getting shit from my family and from people that I tried to make friends with and all that stuff that I was just so numb to it by the time I got onto Twitch. I already anticipated that people would give me shit and not understand because I've been met with a lot of people who don't understand since I was really little. So I guess I was prepared for what was about to happen. But honestly, I thought Twitch was going to ban me after a couple of weeks. I was only doing it socially. I was doing it so that my friends who couldn't fit in my game of Overwatch could come and hang and watch and see when there was a space for them. Because I had like 200 people that wanted to come and play and 6 slots in a game of Overwatch. So that was how and why I started. It wasn't ever to get big. And the fact that so many people come to my stream, I'm just like, why are you still here? Like, I went viral 2 years ago. Aren't you but bitch, aren't you bored of hearing the word cock over and over again? Aren't you gonna go see a real pro streamer or something? But they stay for some reason, and it's pretty awesome. So it's an accident, happy accident.
That's
They
crazy.
love you and your
Years
personality.
ago.
That's why they stay.
Yeah, no, I definitely say like I'm not gonna. Obviously, the Tourette's the shit you come out. It's comedic value. It is funny, but also I think it's also the fact you seem like a really genuine person. Like there's a lot of people on this platform that's a bit that did, but like you're entertaining. You're cool. It's cool that you got in. I hear a lot of stories like that where they didn't even mean their goal wasn't to make it big on Twitch. It was just to just for fun, and then I mean it shows the type of person you are that you've easily grown from it though.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, even I joined Twitch to like make costumes because they wanted me to, and then they were like, "Oh, never mind, we don't care about creative category anymore." And then I was like, "Cool, I guess I'll do other stuff, whatever IRL is." And then that happened, and stuff just happens. You end up going with it, and it's awesome how that works out. But yeah, it's definitely crazy though that some people just can't like understand how like struggles that you go through are real. That's crazy to me. It's like who would make that kind of stuff up, It's like, you really think that?
You all motherfuckers came here for the like you started with your cool cosplay shit. Anita started for her friends. Fucking Andrea started because I just started because I was a fan of people and I was like, I want to play, I want to get to their lobbies. Let's in, boys. I am such an unwholesome story compared to you guys. I'm like, okay.
Why did you start, Minx?
I was like, I would watch so many YouTubers. I was like, and I just watched, and then I was like, they were like, oh, we stream, you should stream us. And then I was like, wait, if I stream with you, I can hang out with you. So I started streaming just so I could play with all the YouTubers I liked, because for some reason, if you were a streamer, it'd get you more into the lobbies. And I would be like, I was like, yeah, this is fun. And so then I continued for 4 years as a 10 viewer Andy, and then the Austin show blew me up. You guys have like actual purpose in your goals. I'm just like, I was just here to get attention from fucking YouTubers.
Well, you got more attention, so there you go.
Finally.
Love that.
I can't believe that, Andrea, you're 18. I thought you were like, I'll be real, I thought you were like the same age as me. I thought you were like 23. You just came out.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me?
I know, sometimes I'm shy about it. Like, the first time I went on Trainwreck's podcast, like, I don't think anybody knew I was 18. And, like, I never want people to, like, have to filter their conversation for me. Like, I can literally handle whatever, but if they feel like that, but I think, like, I'm pretty comfortable with it. And as long as other streamers know that they don't need to, like, change anything they talk about, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Were you guys popular, or were you, like, nerds or jocks in school with all the cliques?
I mean, I wasn't like I wasn't popular. I was like, I moved school initially because, you know, I was bullied into last school. But when I moved, I just didn't really want to talk to anyone. But for some reason, like, the popular girls seemed to like me, even though I never hung with them. And I never went to the parties they invited me to. Nobody else really, like, would talk to me. But for some reason, the popular girls were actually kind of nice to me. Like, they found me funny, even though, like, I wouldn't hang out. So I was kind of weird. I didn't have friends, but I wasn't like, you know, hated, or like I wasn't purposely kept out of things. I was just kind of alone in school because I liked being alone. But like most people were nice to me.
Well, that's worked out for you. The popular girls hated me.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know what I did, but I guess it's just because like I grew up with the same people from like elementary to high school. And in elementary at the time, like being a nerd for a girl, liking geeky things was not cool. So like you like to play Pokemon, you like to watch like Dragon Ball Z and stuff, and Power Rangers, because I grew up with brothers who were older than me, and that wasn't cool back then. Now it's cool, but
Yeah.
I got along better with the boys, and I guess I didn't really fit in with them though to like the clique type thing, because in elementary girls have cooties. So it's like they're like, ew, you like the stuff that the boys like. So like the girls didn't accept that, but also the boys didn't quite accept that either. And so I kind of just grew up like a loner.
I mean, exactly what you said. Kind of, I relate to. Like, I got on well with boys because I loved games and I loved all that, and all the girls in school, you know, no one could understand. But I grew up in an all girls, like, non-Catholic school where, you know, bro,
Oh wow.
even if you curse, it's funny considering I curse so much now. But you know, if you curse, if you do anything like that, if they caught us within an hour after school talking to a boy, you'd get like detention and shit. It was just
Holy shit.
yeah, so strict.
Crazy.
So that's why I think it was like so awkward. I'm still really awkward in that area because of like it's so strange to me. Ireland's really weird in that way. We still have like the convents and the Catholic girls' schools. We're so behind.
Oh.
Breakfast.
Did that make you want to rebel more, being in the Catholic school?
Yeah, it definitely. I feel like I missed a lot of classes. I mean, I was always like, I still am awkward talking to guys because I didn't grow up in this setting where it was looked down upon almost. But it did make me like just angry that they were. That's when I found online, like I started talking to guys. I'd get on well with people, and everyone that I met online, like my American friends, were shocked at how I grew up, or like the fact I was like in a convent all girls Catholic school where it was looked at. So I started getting really angry. I was like, what the hell is wrong with Ireland? Because everyone was so shocked over that. But it's that's why I say the internet actually saved me. If I did not discover the internet, I'd probably be a nun or some weird shit like that.
See, so you also have like a cool story about why I kind of like what led you to Twitch. Like, oh, you were stuck in this Catholic school, so the internet did save you. So you have a cool backstory.
Oh, yes! Yes!
But no. Also, you're saying, I feel like all the girls that I met in high school who were like went to Catholic all girls, they were like the wildest girls that I met. So
yeah, it's so great. I feel like everyone has a hidden life in Ireland because of it. I don't like I get that Ireland wants to keep the, all girl. I just think it's so toxic. The girls are being raised in a way that's like shunned to even talk to guys and stuff. It's just weird.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do if I went to a Catholic school. I'd probably be like, you mean I can't like Harry Potter? No.
you could anything that you liked growing up.
Yeah, I did. I liked that a lot. But yeah, I don't know. That would be really hard for me, I think. I went to church a lot with my family, but I don't think I ever became like super wild. I think I was pretty tame growing up. I didn't sneak off to see boys until I was an adult and still living with my parents. So I feel like then it's more acceptable. But I didn't sneak. Yeah. I didn't like lie about where I was going typically or like anything like that. So I was not a party girl. I was boring. Just playing my games.
Andrea, what were you like in school? Because you've recently kind of no, not recently. 18 is when we leave school here, but I think it's different in America.
No, I graduated high school this year, like a few months ago. So, but like really early because of COVID. So it's funny answering this because it's kind of recent, but I could also relate to Amouranth because, oh, are we getting a call or, oh, sorry.
Breakfast.
Am I the only one hearing that?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm getting a call. Oh, sorry. I was getting, my student is calling me who won.
Breakfast.
I'm just going to say congratulations. I was like, I thought it was our group chat.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your stuff.
Okay, I
Did
was
he
so
win?
confused.
Did he win?
Yeah, he won. He won.
Oh my
Yay!
god!
That's
Amazing.
crazy.
That is
Wow.
crazy.
I think he did. Chat, let me know. I know he won his first game. Someone told me second. That's so funny. Okay. Oh my god, my camera's so laggy. I'm so sorry for the tech. It's hard sharing with my sister, like when we're on at the same time. But so in high school, I was relating to Amouranth because I at the beginning I'd always hide that I played chess because I didn't want to be seen like as a nerd and all that. So I was like, my friend group was kind of in between. Like I changed friend groups a lot, like from popular kids to like kind of popular, like kind of hipster kids, whatever. But I was always scared about, because when I'd be competing in chess tournaments, I'd only be hanging out with like the nerdy kids and the chess club, and I didn't want people to know that I played chess. So like my first 2 years of high school, I'd always hide it. And then finally in the end, I was like more confident about it, especially with Twitch streaming, everybody knew. So I just, at that point, I was like, yeah, like I hang out with like a lot of different people. Some are the popular, but I'm also a nerdy person. Like I play chess, I compete in chess, I stream chess on Twitch. So my last like year of high school was finally the only time I would like embrace it.
Okay, were people surprised in high school when you came out with that, or not really?
Yeah, there's like when people would ask me like, oh, like what do you do? I'd be like, I play chess. They'd be like, oh, you don't look like a chess player. I'd be like, yeah, I'm like, just always get that stuff, but.
I like
not
that.
really-
It's like, what do they expect chess players to look like? Is there
Yeah.
like a stereotype for chess player?
Oh yeah, it's like they'll expect chess players to be like all very nerdy looking, like can't be like a cute girl, like and in tournaments. Same with that. So
That's crazy.
Or like breakfast.
Dang.
I-
I don't know.
I just can't get over the fact you play chess at 7 years old, dude.
what believe you when I tell them like, yeah, I'm a full-time chess player, but
That's cool though. I mean, that's I wish, because chess obviously is like, you know, you gotta be. No, I don't know. I might be pulling out my arse, but like, I feel like you have to have some level of intelligence for chess. I struggle to even focus watching it. I love it because you know it's taken over Twitch, and I constantly watch anything that's competitive on Twitch. But I'm still like, I don't understand.
We can
Yeah,
learn
I mean-
together.
exactly. No, we should definitely do a girl like chess stream, and we can make it fun. Like the
Oh.
best way to learn chess is not like very serious, like bringing in other bets and stuff. That's what my sister and I do, so we'll make it a good time.
That'd be
Yes,
great.
let's
That'd
do
be great.
it.
Yeah, for sure.
Really cool.
Breakfast.
Totally. I'm down.
Nobody loves you. You're not a fish. Sorry.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I had
I'd
a
ask
You
question
didn't
too.
answer right.
For the second question that I had, I was wondering if you guys like do anything to get ready for your stream during the day. Do you have any like pre-stream rituals to psych yourself up for streaming, or are you just like me, where I'm like, I wake up and I'm like,
Good
I'm not
energy.
awake. Hold on, stream. Hold on. Like I just go on it. And I'm like, give me like 30 minutes. I'll be fine.
It depends on like today I get so like anytime I'm on someone else's stream I get so anxious and like I get freak out that I have to like I guess I'll make myself be social beforehand. It sounds really weird, but I will go outside and like just even talk to a cashier just to mentally. It sounds so weird. Like when I stream alone, I'm grand. You know, it's my own comfort zone. It's me and my chat that I know. But when I'm on like streams like this, I'm just like. I freak out that for some reason, even if it's just my family, I'll talk to them all day so I can prepare to like talk to other people because I'm so fucking awkward.
Breakfast.
That's
That's
actually
really
really
cool. I never-
smart though, to like psych
Yeah, that
yourself
is
into the
smart.
zone. I don't do that.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, it's crazy. That's why I said like the last time I was on this show, Caitlin, I don't know how you have the balls to ask different people every week. I could never do that. I feel like so awkward. Or if someone like if I invite someone and they cancel, even if they have a valid reason, in my head I'm like, they hate me. I can never invite them again. They just don't like me. Even if they have a valid reason, like I'll see they have something on in my head. I get to a place, so it's like I wish I had the confidence you had to just constantly invite people, even if they say yes or no.
I just figure like, what happens if they say no? They don't come on my podcast. That's the same result as if I don't ask. So I'm like, nothing to lose really. I guess
so
for me.
shy. I feel that so much. Like I used to be so shy before streaming, and then like this year really helped me come out of my bubble. And now it's like, worst case they say no, and that's it. You just ask somebody else. Like just even like making friends when you're like traveling or something like that. It applies to a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's much
Like,
harder for me to socialize in person. It's easier to send like a message.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Exactly. Yeah. Like more like on social media too.
Sorry, if I turn off my camera real quick.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I strangely feel even though like I'm really anxious, I almost feel like I vibe better with people in person. Like that's why the pandemic. I used to love IRL streams because it pushed me out of my comfort zone. And usually when you do that, people come up to you. I wouldn't come up to them, so then I could easily talk to them because I don't feel like I'm bothering them. I think that's my strongest issue. I always feel like I'm bothering someone else. So like IRL, I love talking to people. I love hanging out with people, and I could in that sense because they'd come up to my stream, they'd do that, and that's why it's like I just can't wait for the pandemic to be over. So
me too.
so
Same.
back,
No,
like,
I relate to you. Yeah.
how is it over there in America? Because like places only started opening up, like it was only like 4 or 5 days ago, like last week, that you could sit back down in McDonald's or you could go back into coffee shops. It was constantly only drive-through or delivery stuff. So now it feels like, oh, life is moving again because you can actually go out and sit down instead of just doing takeaways.
I think it depends on the region, but I'm in Texas, and for us, it's like, it almost feels like every other business has like a different policy. Some are like, you have to wear a mask inside. Some are like, oh, as long as you're 6 feet away, you don't need a mask. Some are like, we only are doing drive-through right now. There's no indoor dining. So it really just depends for us. I think it's pretty varied. I'm not sure. I haven't visited any other states going on right now. I think, are you in New York, you said, Andrea?
Yeah. Portland to New York.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what she was saying. It's like, sure, there's terraces open, but that's literally like the only thing that you can do, which really sucks. Like I'm in like one of the best cities and can't do anything. The only activity my sister and I can really do is like go out to eat, and like everything closes at 11 and walk and bike around, and that's it.
Yeah, that's crazy. So for you, nothing is indoor dining right now?
In New York, no. In Portland, there was, and just masks are mandatory everywhere. So, but it doesn't even make a huge difference. Like the only activity there is to get food.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think it's just so crazy how the world has changed in like a few months, and now this is the new normal. Like literally only 3 months ago, I was like, oh, I can't wait for it to get back to the old days, and it's weird that it probably won't be for a long time. Like the life we lived in February, that what we were used to, we won't have that back for like, in my opinion, at least a few years. Like we'll never get back to that stage. There's always going to be one country worrying, and that's just it's such a big change. I still like, I'll go to bed, I'm like, what the hell? Like the world literally changed overnight. That's just crazy. But it's also kind of cool that like I know some people are still fighting to like wear masks. You dumb twats, just wear a mask. It's not that fucking hard. But
our freedom.
Yeah,
like it's against our rights to force us to wear masks in a restaurant. How could you?
I know.
Yeah, no, I feel like inside is really important. Like I personally am okay with outside not wearing them if they're like separated as fuck. You know?
Yeah.
It's like inside those where I'm like, I get a little like scared. about people. I'm like, oh, I don't know who.
Yeah, no, like I go on jogs and I'll see people wearing masks when I'm jogging. I'm like, okay, that's stupid. Like we're not
Do
gonna
that.
shake hands when we're
Yeah.
running. So that's when, but like if it's in a tight space, if you're inside and like people brush it off, it's just wear a mask. It's easy as.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And you're like far away from people, then it's like, okay, no one's like 6 feet away. Makes sense. But people are fighting to wear it in a restaurant. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Ugh.
I can hear my sister screaming in the background.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, she's streaming. We're a really loud family, so
No,
if you
it's
hear
all
that,
good.
just know everything's fine. It's just normal here.
No, it's fine. Okay, so we have a chat topic goal that we hit. And the first question that chat wanted to know today, if you aren't comfortable talking about this, it's fine. But they wanted to know is, do girls actually like anal? Are there any girls that actually enjoy anal? Is what chat wanted to know.
I'll go
Andrea.
first.
Okay.
I'm obviously the virgin of the stream, but I won't lie. I've tried. I did try it in my own sense, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is this? It's just not working now." I feel like maybe if I was living in the moment, but trying it at home by yourself just to experience it was not a good time. It was just very fucking strange to me. So maybe in the future, if I actually try it with someone, but for now, I say no, thank you, anal.
Hell yeah. Anybody
I'm
else
gonna
have
pass
thoughts?
on this one,
Okay.
but I don't know if Anita wants to answer.
So I like to be very communicative with my partners, and I explicitly say no anal, no, not for me,
See?
don't want it. And if a guy asks again, I'll dump him, and I say that straight away. I'm like, if you try to pressure me, I'll leave you. If you want to hurt my ass instead of please me, then you're not the right guy for me. I put up my boundary. I won't stand for anyone crossing it. Like, that's that. And if you get confused about that, because like some guys try to oops it in, they actually think that you'll fall for that shit and like, oh, it slipped, and try to put it somewhere else. I've actually punched a dude mid-coitus for trying that shit on. So basically, I have a boundary, and I sat down with him and said, right, if I slipped my finger any place you didn't want it internally and went oops, just to see if you'll go along with it, what would you call that? And he's like, rape. I was like, there you fucking go, buddy. Never again. I'm like really hard line with it. Don't let anyone cross your boundaries. Don't let anyone pressure you into reenacting porn. You don't have to compete with porn, ladies. You can be yourself. You're entitled to an orgasm. You don't have to do what he wants just because he wants it. You don't have to sit and be bored until he finishes just to be polite either. If he's doing a shit job, push him off, or he'll always do a shit job. Like, don't give your body to someone passively. Actually communicate. Have fun. Let it be reciprocal and fucking equal. And forget the guys who try to make it anything else.
Hell yeah.
I love it. She's my spirit animal.
Hell yes. That's what I thought.
Standing ovation
Chat.
for me. Thank you.
Chat's like, oh, all girls like it, right? Like, no. They get paid to like it in porn. Not all girls. Always ask your partner where you're just like, whoops, there it is.
I was gonna say the same thing when you started the story. I was like, "Isn't that like rape?" But you got to that part. I don't understand how people can fucking even think that's okay. That's literally Ugh.
I'm really pleased that people in chat are like, who the fuck does that? I'm so glad that you're lucky enough not to be someone like us, because like so many guys try it on. It's so common. I've not had very many male partners, but I've already had enough of these experiences and spoken to enough other women to know that it's incredibly common. And I think as well, like the thing with porn is there's a lot of stuff in porn that is acting. And people take it as sex education when it's not. A lot of average sex between people that's actually reciprocal, it done for the sensation and the connection and the actual mutual enjoyment of each other's bodies, is a huge departure from what happens in porn. And that's a very difficult thing to know and understand. And so like, I think porn is destroying things, because I used to talk to a lot of sex workers. I used to help a few sex workers who wanted to get out of the industry and didn't know where to start and things like that. But I also helped a lot of guys who were addicted to porn as well. And I got a lot of kind of really a good viewpoint from people directly involved in both about how things are changing. And one of the things that the sex workers said to me over and over again, especially the ones that have been in it for like 10, 20 years, was like, like anal used to barely ever be requested when they first started, and then as porn has gotten more popular, it's become requested, and it's become almost like a really, really common thing by comparison. And so like the demand for sex acts that aren't necessarily pleasurable for a good at least 50% of the female population is actually growing and growing, which is sad, because like when guys learn from porn, they get shit in bed. Like the guy that I dated who was a porn addict was awful compared to the guy who just wasn't fussed with porn at all. Like it teaches you stuff, and it also gives you an appetite for stuff that just isn't fun for the girl. Like I don't want any fluids on my face or anywhere on my body. Like that doesn't feel good. That doesn't tickle any part of me that can orgasm. Like that's a fetish. It's not necessarily something that we're all begging to happen, but some guys genuinely believe that that's the done thing, and that you haven't satisfied a girl unless you do that. Or they just do it without asking or checking with you first. And I'm like, what? Like I've heard so many tales from girls where like they've just had stuff put on them that they didn't ask for or didn't consent to out of the blue. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck? And yeah, that stuff, like springing sex acts on people that you think are the standard because you've seen it in porn is just becoming so common that it's really hard to get a guy who'll actually give you an orgasm.
Yeah. And it's not even just the guys who like force it. Some just like pressure you. You're like, no, I don't want that. They're like, please. Like, God, I hate begging. You know, it's like, if she said no, that should be the end of it.
I mean, that's another kind of fear I've had lately with even meeting up with people in the industry. You know, I'm you know, the virgin joke constantly goes on that I'm never going to say names, but there's streamers that are like, don't worry, once we meet up, I'll take it from you. As if it's like, oh, you're gonna help me by just fucking me, and that shit weirds me the heck out. It's like, you don't know the reason. You know I have the joke that, oh, I can't get anyone. It's just, it's strange how guys immediately assume, or the way I've had like people talk to me. Like there's been people in the like pro Overwatch leagues, fucking verified people who wanted to pay to fly me out to take my virginity, like stuff like that, and it fucking threw me off the industry so bad. Or like, it's so fucked. That's why like I'm very open about, you know, the virgin joke. I like making my own jokes of it, but there are people who are so strange about it and come at me as if, it's just, and it's tough. That's why I've kind of come back with, like, I've tried to take it back on the virgin jokes myself, because I'm at the point where I'm like, I almost, because there's so many people, I'm like, oh, maybe I am, you know, asking for the this stuff because I make the virgin jokes. But then hearing that, it's just, you know, it isn't okay. And it's like, fucking do it again, motherfucker, and I'll fucking expose the DMs.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I hate when people are like, oh, they're asking for it. Like, it's never that. You can't. I hate that justification.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I honestly think you should be able to cartwheel down the street naked and still expect to have your bodily autonomy respected and to be respected as a basically equal human being. I don't think that any level of nudity stops you from being human and stops you from being like entitled to the same basic level of respect as anybody else. I don't think nudity degrades anyone, male or female. I think it's so weird that people go, oh, I don't have to care what you feel. I can just say whatever I want to you now. And like when people start, there's a difference between coming onto someone and harassment. And harassment is when you don't care how someone makes you feel and you'll persist. Whereas like flirting is when you do care how you make someone feel and you tentatively gauge someone's interest, and if they're disinterested, you stop. Whereas like harassment is when it doesn't fucking stop, or it's like outright not to actually impress you. It's just horrific and pushy and weird. Like if you didn't know a person and they just send you a dick pic, that's harassment. But if someone's been talking to you for a while and they're like, would you like to see a picture? And you go, yeah, that's
consensual. Right.
Yeah, that's consensual. But a lot of people don't know the difference and go, bah, how dare you complain about this? This is why men are scared of women. This is why women are going to be childless freaks. This is why I'm scared of like holding the door open for a woman, because you can't hold the door open for a woman. I got a sexual harassment suit at work because I held the door open for a woman. It's like, press X for doubt, because you don't. That's not what happened, is it, buddy? But you go ahead and say that. Because, yeah, It's
Yeah.
really ridiculous that, like, because I don't know if you guys see it a lot on Twitch, but like a lot of people come into chat who don't know the difference, and it scares me. But yeah, everything about you will be fetishized. I mean, people constantly ask if I tick during sex, and people constantly ask my bra size and things like that. It comes with the territory. And it's really, really hard because you have this duality where most of the people who come and look in, get like that. But then if you don't reward it and you are standoffish, people call you a bitch. But if you do reward it and you do go along with it, then people call you a thought. And there isn't really any middle ground at the moment as a female streamer, and it makes it really hard to break in. And I just don't know how to fix that problem.
Right. And a lot of guys seem to have, not I would say all, some guys who are very vocal seem to have the opinion that if a girl is online and she embraces her own sexuality and embraces how she looks with any kind of pictures that she wants, that she's objectifying herself. And that's just not how that works. Like, people don't objectify themselves. The other person does the objectifying. Like, just because somebody even is naked cartwheeling down the street does not suddenly make her an object. You know what I mean? It's like that an object would imply that you are taking what you think is yours without their consent. Like, they're not a human, like a toy or something. It's like, if you are getting consent from anybody, then that means that they are not an object. You know, it's like, that's just stupid that people keep thinking that. Like, she's objectifying herself. Like, no, she's not. You are. You know? It's dumb.
Yeah.
People be dumb.
Yeah, but like I have hope. I feel like as more and more women come to the platform, a lot of the guys that come here because they're lonely, because I think a lot of like this whole being sexually inappropriate thing towards us, I can't speak about guys receiving it because I haven't had a guy's first person view of how women treat them on the platform. So please don't take this as generalizing. I'm just talking about my experiences. I have a feeling they're going to be very different to how a dude gets treated on the platform. But I don't know for sure, and I can't say anything about it. I think that's something you have to ask male streamers, really. But from my perspective, I think that when guys do this to me, it's because they're lonely and they don't know how to speak to people in general. And so they definitely don't know how to speak to women that they're attracted to. And so it comes across as fumbly or aggressive or weird because they just have no clue how to express or connect in that way, in the same way that they don't know how to express or connect with other dudes either. Like, when they're not attracted to them, it's just kind of like fumbly. And like I've always said over and over again, I feel like Twitch is a symptom of loneliness. And you can really see that in the way that people fuck up when they try to hit on you.
Yeah. Oh, the amount of bad pickup lines I've seen. True.
I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Okay,
Be right back.
that's fine. Okay. Let me switch those names back.
Yeah,
around.
Anita's so well spoken. I don't even I agree with everything that she's saying. I always fumble when I speak, so after she says it so well, I don't really want to add anything. But yeah, I remember I was actually on Trainwreck's podcast. Amouranth was also on it, and another girl. It was Evelyn. She was talking about how a lot of people on Twitch, mostly Twitch viewers, makes sense for them to obviously have less social skills. For example, her mom would never let her go out of the house, so the internet was her thing. So then obviously you'd say something that you would never say to someone's face in real life. You're gonna say it in the chat. Then we deal with that a lot, on the channel that I share with my sister. It's been a main issue because they just have so much power, and also it makes Twitch such a different platform. Like YouTube, it's you're forced to see it. They see a reaction, whereas if you get a terrible comment on a YouTube video, they don't get any satisfaction of you reading it. But Twitch, everything is live, so they can say whatever they want. They know it's gonna affect you immediately.
Yeah. That's the annoying part about it, as people will be. I feel like, I don't know if they're necessarily more toxic. I just have more experience on Twitch, but I feel like they'll be toxic extra, even if they don't actually think that way, just so they can get a reaction to kind of validate being noticed.
Exactly. They just want a response. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Some people I think it's a natural human desire to have acknowledgement in life, and that's for some people they just aren't getting it in person, and so they go to the internet for it instead.
Exactly, and getting it with such negativity is not how you should be getting responses.
I thought
Right.
it would stop at my age, if I'm honest. I thought when I was like your age, I thought I was gonna, all of my examples of being hit on were from like being really young, and like people with wives who were in their 40s would come and hit on me and stuff. And I was like, oh, so when you're older, people stop being interested in you, was what I picked up from that. And I was like, so it'll stop by 30, right? And it hasn't stopped. So I'm just like waiting.
Yeah, it never stops.
Yeah. No, I don't think it does. It's just a human desire, you know? It's just not really an age gapped thing.
Mm.
So wait till she gets back for the next topic. I'm gonna grab a protein bar real quick. Outside.
Get it,
girl.
Have a snack after that too.
Yeah, you can grab
I'm
one
glad
too.
it makes me feel like I have to pee and grab a snack, and all the girls are doing it. So I'm like, all right, my turn next.
Breakfast. What's that?
Anita, you have really great, like, you're so well spoken. I'm curious, is it just from college, and you're so intelligent. I'm so impressed with everything you say. What was your education background?
So it's mostly, so my main tutor when I was a child was Steve Irwin and Mario to the Nintendo 64. Like I didn't really have like an official like person teaching me anything, but my mom was a scientist and she had a lot of books floating around. So I had to indulge my own curiosity, and that's where I learned everything. When I first went to uni, a lot of people didn't understand me. They're like, you talk like a book. What does that word mean? So I learned to tone it down so I could be more concise and understood, because I was just using the kind of words that people don't usually commonly use. And it was just stifling the conversation. So I think most of me learning how to speak properly was learning to tone down like the kind of language that isn't commonly used, anything with a few extra syllables. And that was it. That's about as much attention as I've ever paid to the way I speak. And I don't understand it either, because I grew up in a council estate where everyone's like chewing gum. It's like, you're right, love. Am I bothered though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know why I don't speak like that. I have no idea.
It's like your mom was a scientist, so you grew up like in a pretty educated family. I think that was an influence.
Well, she actually came from a very uneducated family, and she just went, fuck this, and took me when I was 10 down to uni.
Wow.
And she studied, and we just lived together without the rest of my family, because they did things like work in shops and stuff like that. There was no one who was particularly educated in my family, and I think my mom grew up with a very uneducated background as well, so I don't really understand it myself.
I'm gonna run two.
Okay.
Are we on the same question?
We're kind of just in limbo right now. If you have something to say, you can.
I like your background, Anita.
You do? Thank you. This is the most decorated room in the house. I don't really spend money on decorations usually, but like they're Studio Ghibli.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at back there. They do be looking mighty fine. I mean, let's not talk about Caitlin and her LED lights. She got a galaxy room in the background. I literally have, my background is stuffing from a minion I ripped out that's falling all over the place. So I'm just like, anything that isn't that impresses me.
How many times does that get thrown around a day?
Well, I do restuff them, and depending on the mood, if I am pissed off, I'll rip it back out. It's almost like my stress ball, you know. Kevin deals with the mood. Do you guys live alone, or what's your like living situation?
I don't answer that.
That's smart.
It's not safe either way, because if I live alone, then that gives stalkers ideas, and if I live with someone, then people get jealous and angry, and then direct loads of hate and anger towards that person, or assume that I'm dating them or whatever, whether they're male or female. So there's no answer where it just doesn't bring a fuck ton of shit down on me because I'm a lady streamer.
Oh shit, dude! I was so open about moving my new house. I should be more. I'm still not used to this whole, the attention thing. One of the biggest reasons I'm moving, because right now I live with my parents and all. I live with my family, is because I've recently had certain person from chat coming up to my house and just banging on the door. Only when I stream for attention. And you know, it was that's a big reason I'm moving out, because there was a child in this house, you know, my younger sister, and that's when it fucking terrified me. Luckily in my new house, I have literally the best cameras installed. I've like door locks, I've everything. So if the fucker somehow finds me, it's heartbreaking that, because Twitch is my dream job and I adore it so much. I feel like I've done nothing wrong to get this attention where they're throwing eggs at my house, my family's house, knocking at the thing. But I'm moving out and I've had to get like, you know, cameras, security shit like that. I've had to literally move county, which I understand it's not a big deal in America, but I'm a family girl and I've had to purposely move like more than half an hour away from my family
Fuck off.
for safety reasons, and that's kind of, I try looking at it in a great light, but then hearing you say stuff like that, it does piss me off, because it's like I don't understand why people need to invade my personal shit and my family's personal shit. Like, you know, you hear the horror stories online of what happens to people, that it's necessary that I do this. I've got people in chat saying I'm overreacting, but hearing how shit goes on the internet, I don't think I'm overreacting.
Okay, so I hope, is it okay to like give a little mention to that, Amouranth? I don't want to derail too much, but like I'm doing a YouTube video about this specifically, so this is a good chance to give you and some other people in chat some advice about stalking on Twitch.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay, so at present there is nothing in place from Twitch or YouTube that will protect you from stalking. Nothing. Like nothing that's currently in place is heavy-handed enough to protect you. Do not rely on Twitch or its tools, because none of them are effective. I can say that categorically as someone who's being stalked, so someone is threatening to kill me, someone has assaulted me, I've reported them to the police are being really shit, and I thought it was just in my case. But this is a universal thing. It doesn't matter where you are in the country, it doesn't matter what country you're in, it doesn't matter what platform you're streaming from. 700,000 cases of stalking are reported every year in my country. Less than 1% get any kind of conviction or action taken. In most of the cases where it's life-threatening, the woman loses her life before anything is done, and in many cases, tracking devices have happened, acts of violence have happened, all sorts of things with evidence, and no conviction has been secured before the woman has died. And so your survival and your protection will end up being very much primarily in the precautions that you take, and the way that you handle this stuff, because most of us, when we get to a certain size, experience stalking to some degree. And online stalkers, I'm not even counting here. I'm talking about the people who come to your house, who dox you, who threaten your family. If you have children, who try to abduct your children. So there was a stalker who killed a girl that he started talking to, who he was a fan of. He contacted her on Discord, started hanging out with her, murdered her, posted the pictures online. And within an hour of her death, there are people selling T-shirts with those pictures on. And there is another, Lily Allen is an example. She had a stalker for 7 years. The police knew about him before she did, never told her. He came and broke into a house and tried to kill her, admitted that he wanted to kill her, and they didn't tell her that. They just told her it was a burglary. She only found out in the courtroom when it was taken to court over the burglary, not the stalking. And to this day, even though she tried, she can't get a conviction for stalking. There's another guy who harassed, I think it was Gwyneth Paltrow, I think it was her, for 17 years. She still couldn't get a conviction. And that's in the UK and America. In Japan, a woman was stabbed 60 times by her stalker. He found her by looking at the reflection in her eyes and finding the station she goes to, the train station, and cornered her there because she returned a gift of his because it was creepy and weird. I can go on and on. There are male streamers who've had this go on and happen to them too. And there are also the boyfriends of streamers. So someone broke in and tried to murder a streamer's boyfriend. They hid in a cupboard while he roamed around in the house looking for them with a gun. And he had hoped to kill her husband so that he could replace her husband. And so I will say that not telling people where you live, guarding that information very closely as best as you can, is a good thing to do. Be limiting in what you disclose to your friends, even the closest friends that you make through streaming. Anyone who knows you stream is probably not someone who should ever know any personal details about you. I don't even say my name. Nobody knows my full name. I won't even disclose that much because I've got a disabled mother and I've got to keep her safe too. And so, yeah, I've got to say the police are terrible, notoriously, in every known country where this happens. So, yeah, the best thing that you can possibly do, protects your privacy, and never write anything down that you don't mind millions of people seeing. Never write your address down in case it could be screenshotted. Never write your name, never write your details, never write your family's names down. Never write anything that gives people clues to where your location is, because you might think that nobody cares, but people will literally Google ridiculous things like how many pizza places are in your area or in that general area of the UK or whatever, and try to find you that way. There's all sorts of shit that people will do. They'll look for the metadata on your phone, so go on your phone and turn off metadata and stuff like that, so that people can't find the location of where you took a photo of your pets or whatever and come to your house. These are the sorts of things that I'm not exaggerating. They should be the baseline if you're going to be a streamer. You should start doing this before you start streaming. If you're taking an interest in potentially streaming down the line, don't tell your friends. Don't give your friends your Facebook account. Don't, those sorts of things. Because when you do stream, if they fall out with you or whatever, or don't take it seriously, just how risky it is, they might share your Facebook with someone who will then come and try to kill you. So yeah, keep everything as private as possible. Take no fucking chances. And if you don't have to trust someone with something, don't do it. It doesn't matter how much you care about them. It doesn't matter how much of a friend they are. If you don't have to trust someone with it, don't, because it's your life that's in your hands.
Yeah. That in the chat, if you think that's crazy, think about all the cases that aren't reported. Those are just the ones we know about. Most people, I feel like, are probably too scared to even report it at all or tell anyone about their situation. So it's probably like 3 times
or
worse.
anything?
What?
I just feel like you know the Austin, the Raj, there's fucking people that debate, that talk out of their arse. I feel like you fucking opened my eyes to more than like anything. You're just a very intelligent being. I feel like that's obvious.
Wow.
I'm like, I could listen to you for hours, or listen to like you can pull facts out of your fucking ass like it's nothing. It's impressive that it's like because the clips I see of you on YouTube are obviously all funny moments of what happens with your Tourette's, that I feel like I'm learning so much about you here. You're like, okay, I get the mad scientist thing now. You have fucking facts out of nowhere. You hold a point. It's incredible.
Thank you. I feel like I'm slightly misrepresented on things like live stream fails and stuff, because people who glean through my content for like 60 seconds as they're flicking through don't really stick around and find out what my content's about, but they will share moments where I've had a tick. And so most people get trapped into finding out more about me by thinking that I'm all about my condition and coming to laugh at that. And then, it's kind of deceptive, because that's not what my content's like at all.
I think that's the worst thing about the internet, because I've said this to Amouranth the last time I was on the podcast. I've seen clips of her. I've seen, I didn't get to know her until she invited me on, because I don't really watch I watch other streamers sometimes, but I never really take the time to get to know them. I live through, clips or LSF. That's how I find other people. And then I had a whole different perspective of Caitlin before she invited me on, before I got to know her, that we talked about last week. And then I was blown away, like learning about how in the future, like her whole streaming thing is working towards she can open her own shelter. That's just incredible to me. I would have never thought that. And now this with you, it's the exact same situation. I saw you through clips of all your, your tics and all that. I thought was hilarious. Finding this about you is incredible. And that's kind of going into the internet, that people assume easily that they know the person based on 1 or 2 videos. They're like, oh my God, I know everything about, oh my God, that's her whole personality. And I'm still guilty for that. Like I'm sitting here astounded, just like I was with Caitlin last week. So I get, it is kind of a toxic mindset though, that people assume they know someone from the internet.
Yeah, with Minx, I'm literally like right with her. Like, The only clips, and first of all, live stream fails. I experienced this myself. Like I hate. It's a 10-second clip. There's no context. Like for me, everyone knows me as Potato. Everyone's like, oh, why is she so dumb? They'll see like a 10-second clip of me playing a game. They'll be like, how can a chess player be so dumb? And they never get to know anyone. And same with Anita. Like I wish she was represented for how intelligent she is. Instead, it's like the clips that go viral is only like, oh, the entertainment that, and then that's all you assume you know them from that. And I'm also so pleasantly surprised with Anita, like hearing her speak about all of this. I wish that, there's better representation for that, but it's never gonna happen on live stream fails.
That tends to be what I've noticed with most streamers, like especially girls, but like just most streamers in general, even guys, is that or YouTubers even. People often just judge based off of like a blip of content that they see rather than actually taking a look for themselves, sitting around to watch them for anything longer than like 10 minutes and seeing what they're about. People don't want to spend that amount of time. It's easier just to watch one clip and make assumptions.
Exactly. Make judgment off of 10 seconds of a clip and then they know the streamer.
I have a question for all of you here because I feel like in that sense I'm privileged because like I rarely, like this podcast, I'm being myself, I'm opening up, but usually every stream I do is a different bit. I'm always in a character. I'm always, putting something on that I never really share myself. So if someone judges me, I'm like, they judge me on what character I'm playing in that moment. But obviously you guys, it's like Caitlin, I know you stream hours per day, so you're yourself. Andrea, I just met you today, but you seem like, you're here for chess, you're in that thing, so you're yourself. And Anita, same with you. Like how does it affect your mental health? Because I see people talking about the clips I do, but I never take it to heart because I expect it. I play a character. It's always, entertainment purposes. But sometimes even like the shit they say about me, even though I almost fish for it with the shit I say, I'm like, oh, that hurts. So I can't imagine how the comments you guys get, especially when you're just being yourself, not in character. I couldn't handle that.
I think you just get used to it after a while. It's like you learn that like no matter what you do, someone's gonna come in. You can look any kind of way on any given day, and one person will come in and say, "Oh, hot." Another person will come in and say, "Ugly." So you just stop taking what they say of any significant worth because everybody has a different opinion, and anyone's opinion could change in a matter of seconds depending on if they get a reaction or not. So you learn not to like let it affect you because it's like, yeah, whatever, It's like you just grow a hard shell, basically.
Minx brought up that question because at first, exactly, like eventually you don't let it get to you at all. But I remember like the clips of me that go viral on live stream fails. So I've never played video games my entire life. So then any clip that'll go is like me trying to get video game for the first time and like obviously being clueless. Like I don't have experience. I don't know how to play them. And then I wanted to respond to these clips so many times, but eventually I was like, it's not worth it. And just like big streamers being like, chess player, why is she so dumb? How can you not figure that out? And it's like, well, I know my worth. Like, I know I'm intelligent, and I don't need these people, like, I'm not going to let their judgment based off 10 seconds make me think that I'm dumb. So, yeah, eventually you just ignore it, and, it's not reliable. But it did bother me at the very beginning.
I think this is why so many people who become Twitch streamers because they're desperate for approval and status fuck up and never get anywhere. And so many people who got into this by accident or never really cared what anyone thought of them and just gave it a go are so successful. I think it's because you realize very quickly that people's opinions on Twitch chat don't fucking matter. They're quite often
exactly.
Like there's going to be every kind of thing there as well. So there's going to be people who praise you, call you intelligent, really love you and are kind. And there are going to be people who say the complete opposite. And when there's so many mixed reviews, none of them matter anymore because it's hard to gauge what the majority is or what people generally feel. And so like, because you get so many unsolicited opinions constantly, both good and bad, you kind of become numb to it because if you really valued what people thought of you, it'd be impossible to get by in this industry. Your popularity goes up and down constantly. I mean, sometimes in certain areas of Reddit or like 4chan or like YouTube, I'm praised and loved and everyone's so kind to me. And then the next month, everyone's like, oh, this chick again, I'm so sick of her. Like, imagine disabilities being content and all this shit, and they get really nasty and bitchy for a while. And then out of nowhere, I think, oh, I'm done in that area. I guess that kind of community doesn't want me anymore. And then like a month later, they're like, yeah, she's so awesome. I've always loved Anita. And so like you just stop, like, there's just no emotional capacity or energy level or time to keep up with the ever constant flip-flop of the internet. Like if you were so invested in their compliments and their anger, you'd have you'd cream and then cry every 5 seconds. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I think it's just a symptom of being here, is that you just get numb to opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic point.
Yeah,
it's
even
kind of
the good
sad though,
ones.
isn't it?
Sad that you have to force yourself to be numb.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's what people don't understand. They'll go to a streamer and like everyone's looking at their own criticism that they're getting in their chat, but when people come and look at a streamer and they're not a streamer themselves, they're like, there's so many positive comments, how could you ever feel bad about yourself? And it's like, because when you are exposed to that kind of environment every day where there's constantly different opinions, even the good ones start not to really matter anymore, because you're like, in a second they could change their mind. You know, you can't really tell what's genuine anymore. And so it's not like that the good it's difficult because you appreciate the good comments, but you're not emotionally fazed by them anymore. You know, and I feel like some people don't get that it's just because like a million people are like, oh, you're so hot, or like, oh, you're really funny, or like, oh, I love your stream, doesn't mean that you feel any better about yourself, you know?
Something I do like though is like when someone, because you know, people, that's human nature, you judge immediately on what you see. When someone comes to my chat that doesn't like me, you know, and they're vocal about it, that's fine. I love when they change their opinion, when they stay for a while and get to know me. That's why I'm like, I'm fine with it then. It's only when people come in with a vendetta and no matter what I do, they're constantly like just trying to tear me down. I honestly, one of my regulars, they used to hate me from a clip they saw. They thought I was an obnoxious stuck-up prick. They came to my chat to roast me, to like me, and then I never really ban people, you know, on the first thing. I always give people a chance because I get, you know, judging is human nature. But when they turn around after getting to know, that's what I do like. You know, I like seeing change in people where they're open to getting to know you, because like I'm not like, I'm in the same boat as them. You know, I assume immediately. I'm like, I follow. I'm almost like a sheep. You know, I thought I knew you, Caitlin, before I met you. I thought, you know, I didn't know much about Anita, so I get it. So I never really I never completely hate on the people that judge, because it is, what else are you supposed to do? Yeah, it's natural. But when they get to know you, then I'm like, okay, thank you for taking the time to not be a cock.
Do you find that if you believe a compliment, people hate you for it? Like, there's like huge compilations called Bye Felipe and stuff online where like when a dude is like, oh my God, you're so hot, I love your eyes. Do you know how gorgeous your eyes are? And you go, thanks, I know. And they go, oh, you're such a bitch. I didn't know you were full of yourself. I take it back. I'm not actually into you or anything. You're actually kind of ugly, but I thought you needed the compliment, and obviously you don't, so I'm out of here. And then like there's songs that are like, you don't know you're beautiful, and that's why you're beautiful. And I kind of feel like you get a lot of shit for just liking yourself as a woman. Like, people want to give you compliments, but they don't want you to believe it, and they actively get offended if you do so often. Like, not everybody. So many people hate it when you like yourself. It's really fucking weird. So like, I'm not surprised that so many women, like really hot girls on like Instagram and stuff, have no idea how beautiful they are, because if you just entertain the thought for like 5 seconds, you know, you've been taught to think that that's narcissism, so you feel guilty and push the thought away. And when people give you compliments, you already know that they're going to jump down your throat if you accept them. So it's like really hard. I found it as a teenager, I thought it was hideous. Like, I felt really, really insecure. Looking back at the pictures, I looked better then than I will ever again in my life, and I'm like, holy fuck. And I wish I could have appreciated that at the time and actually had some good self-esteem. And so, like, I don't know if you guys get it, but is it really hard to accept compliments or even like yourself in this climate?
Yeah, I've never accepted compliments. Typically, like, I usually just ignore them because I know that mentality. I'm not like, thank you to every compliment. Exactly. Because then I also feel like it would be just a stream of me saying thank you, you know, to like every compliment that comes my way, because people will start saying them even if they don't mean them, just to get a response, to get noticed. And so then it'll just become a stream of being like, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And no one wants to fucking hear that, because then they'll think you're full of yourself. You know? It's like, so the best route is to just ignore them. But even then, sometimes you get called a bitch because you don't thank people for their compliments. So it's like, you really can't win. But one alternative is better than the other, because at least you're not being full of yourself, right?
Yeah, we do the same on our stream. Like, my sister and I ignore, like, only... We literally ignore compliments as much as we can. My sister cannot take a compliment. Like, if she gets one, like, face-to-face, like, she gets really uncomfortable. Same because of that. Like, you're not raised to be like, oh, thanks, I know. So then, like, how are you supposed to respond? So, I'm the same way. I hate, like, receiving compliments, honestly. So, and it's definitely because you're raised like that.
Yeah, I have no idea how to seem grateful, but, like, I think you're a liar.
Without being cocky.
Yeah, like, how do you be like, because if you're not allowed to believe it, what do you do? Because you're like, then the only thing to do is go, no, you're lying. And that doesn't feel good for them either. So you're on this spot where you can't accept it because that's arrogant. And you can't believe it because that's narcissistic. But if you don't believe it, then they're like, no, it's true. Stop it. You just don't know your value. No, seriously. And they try to convince you. But the minute you're convinced, they'll hate you. So what do you do? And I feel under pressure and awkward. I'm like, fuck, there's no good answer.
Yep.
I feel like I have my good and bad days. I get that. It's like usually what all I say, if someone compliments me and I'm like, oh, I don't look good today, I'll just be like, I really appreciate your incorrect opinion, as a joke. But like, so it's like a thank you. But then on the days, like, it'll be like once in a blue moon when I think I look at it and like, I want to see more. Like, I feel like I'm the same where I can't accept compliments unless I feel good on the day. But I've had people say, oh, you're just attention seeking, when I'm like the incorrect opinion thing. And it's like, listen, we might have fucking different views. I just don't feel good today. I don't think I look good today. You might think so, but to myself, I don't feel good. I don't know why you're attacking me over it. It's fucking stupid. People are fucking dumb cunts sometimes on the internet, man.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can ask chat, like, dudes, like, when you compliment a woman, what would be the response that you'd accept? Because I kind of feel like I'm not sure. I'm 30 and I still don't know how to respond right.
I'll say, what response would you expect?
What?
Thank you.
Like, just saying thank you is like the best. But on stream, like what Amouranth was saying, you don't want to be saying thank you every minute. So it's so different also for when you're streaming.
What did you say there, Caitlin?
I'm making a poll right now.
Breakfast.
There, what response would you expect if you complimented a woman? I'm just curious. The responses are thank you, nothing, no I don't, or oh my gosh, I want to suck it, daddy.
Oh my god. They're all gonna go for that one.
Well, what do you honestly expect? I feel like some guys actually are trying to get that response. Like, really, you think so? Oh my god, now I want to be in love with you.
I'm kind of glad that I've not, like, I feel comfortable with the fact that I don't know how to respond now, because all of those answers are just kind of not answers to me.
It looks good. Most people are still saying they just expect a thank you. That's funny. We hit another chat topic too. Let me see. Let me go down my list, see if there's a better one.
I'm curious.
Okay. Oh, you Minx, you want to see my list and you can choose one that really strikes your fancy? Okay, I'll copy paste in the Discord. We talked about the first one already. Okay, there you go.
Breakfast.
Each dash is a different topic.
Ooh, these are interesting.
First.
Just because wait, shit, hold on.
Breakfast. Would you like your fisting?
That's a great topic.
Well, okay.
That's consent. Sorry.
That's good. I like that one. Okay. What does wait, I'll say okay, I'm just gonna what is something that a man does that drives you crazy? But I feel like we've always covered this. Can we do like 2 in 1? Because there's
Sure,
two
we can
that
do. Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask 2 of them. So the first one is, what's something men do that drive you crazy? And then, what do you do with your boogers?
That's so funny that you asked those two because mine is a 2 in 1 answer. I hate it. If I'm like if there's a guy in the house, like my brother did this for years, where he would shave his pubes in the toilet and not flush it, and then on top of that he would leave the lid up too. And if you leave the lid up, I'm at risk of falling in and not being able to get out very well without a cold splash to my butt. 2, I don't want to see your pubes because that makes me have to think of my brother prepping himself to be a suitor, and that's weird.
Who the fuck just flush after they shave their pubes, dude? I'll be going in I have a hose to rinse it down. I'll fucking bacterialize it. You can't even flush the loo after shaving your pubes. You're on cunt.
Yeah, I know. It was really gross. So that drove me kind of crazy. And with my boogers, I would put them on the side of the toilet. So.
Never heard that answer before.
It's like since childhood. It's just like
So yeah,
habitual.
Inside or like under the seat. I'm curious. Where
No, like on the side of the pot, like underneath. Just since I was a kid, I would do it without thinking. And then one day, I try not to anymore. I try to be more aware of what I'm doing. Because one day I reached down to wipe one, and I felt all the dried ones. Like, I have a problem.
Well, that makes me feel better about my childhood story now.
I felt all the dried ones and I realized I have a problem.
I feel that when I was like really little, like 4, I don't do it anymore. Chat started laughing when this question came up, but I would put them on the wall above the couch, and I know what she's saying about the dried boogers on the wall. And it was disgusting. I'm always them out. They're like crusty. They're like hanging onto the wall. I don't do it anymore, but that's what I put where I put my boogers as a kid.
They become like fossilized onto the surface. Like they're actually hard to get off after that. I've tried.
Yeah.
Anita's face.
I did it as a kid, though, I swear.
My boogers recently, I guess I just like anytime I feel something, I just get tissue and do it. But like if it's urgent, I will vandalize. And like if I'm like, I remember in school one time I could feel something up there. I was like, oh shit, dude! Like the teacher was not gonna excuse me to the toilet. So I was just like, I'd be like, I kept kind of going like this and getting it out, and I like just would smear it under the table. So God fucking bless the next.
You gotta hide it somewhere.
Now I just try to get tissue unless it's urgent and like, you know, I'm meeting up with someone and I feel it up there. Well then I'm vandalizing wherever I'm at, man. With my booger. As for the what was the other question I asked?
What's something that boys do drive you crazy?
No, good way or a bad way?
Either. Whichever way you want to talk about. If you have a certain like pet peeve, that's fine. Or if there's something you really like, that's fine too.
Eating noisily, nope. Like, if I go on a date with a guy and he's like slapping his chops and there's that horrible wet sound and it just sounds like, I don't know, just something absolutely disgustingly vulgar occurring to a corpse, I will be like, no, I'm never living with you. I already know this isn't going to work out. Like, I like the closest you'll bring me to murder is making me listen to people chew gum endlessly. Like the gum is never over. And so I just have to hear it and hear it and hear it. And like by the third slap, I'm already plotting their demise and where to bury them. And I just can't fucking stand it. It's like, how long have you lived in your life and you don't know how to close your mouth? Like, why? Like, why? I do not want to see what's in your mouth. I do not want to know that you're eating. I do not want to hear that you're eating. I want to be able to go into the next room and still not know whether or not you're eating. Like, I want to be able to just like, no. Like, it's driving me mad just fucking thinking about it. And I'm not the only one. The highest percentage, like, so when studies were done, what's the first thing that will put you off a date? That had the most ticks. Like, most people, like, the biggest proportion of all people that will be put off on the first date will be put off by noisy eaters. It is just a thing.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like that's a common thing. It's like loud eating. I do like ASMR, so I don't mind. Oh no, I do mind it if it's like really like, you know, the mouth open. Like, close your mouth, you little rude motherfucker. But like, if it's like, sometimes I don't. I'm getting into the weird side of it now. Well, I'll just answer mine then. So I hate when guys spam me, like, because I feel like, you know, I'm considering I'm self-employed. Like, I might have meetings, I might be doing this. I hate when they get pissed at me because I don't reply in like half an hour. It's like, oh, I see you posted on social media. You're just ignoring me. Like, I could be head over heels for this person, really into them, and that would just irk me. It's like, because social media is my job, that sometimes I have tweets lined up that they will post, you know, like, to post at a certain time, or YouTube videos. But if they see me and they get upset because they're like, oh, you just posted a YouTube video, or you're going live, I'm like, it's like a job to me. It's like, don't get upset, don't get triggered at me for this. Like, if I'm interested in you, I will reply. It's like, less than half an hour or an hour and they get mad at me, it just triggers me so much. Little impatient twat.
I'm the same way. Yeah, I remember when I was like messaging guys that I was into in the past, it'd be like, if I can go for like 5 hours, sometimes an entire day without getting back to someone and be fine. And if they're like, does that mean you don't like me anymore? I'm just like, oh, no. Like, red flag. Like, just because I'm busy doesn't mean that I don't like you, you know?
I mean, it's like, they'll be like, what did I do wrong? Or did I do something wrong here? It's like, it's been like 45 minutes, dude. I just have my own life to deal with. It's like different. That's what just irks me. It's like, if it's like, if they do it in a different sense where it's just like, oh, hey, if you're busy, you know, sorry if I bothered you. I'll be like, okay, but it's when they're like, oh, did I do something wrong? Or,
yes,
oh,
those
I'm
are the
pissing
worst.
you off. I'm like, that's when it's like, it's just feel like you're trying to deal with me.
Yeah, like, if I get a message and I may not see it, I may not respond to it because I'm pretty busy, and that could be for a while, but it doesn't matter how long it's been. As soon as they're like, did I do something to you? I'm like, now I don't even want to read it. like, I wasn't mad at you, but now I'm kind of mad, you know, because you asked.
Exactly. Like, even if they did not bring wrong, just that message will make me pissed off.
Yes.
My own time. Like, if I'm just talking to you and we're not even dating, and you're this needy, bro, I can't.
Yeah, those are two huge turnoffs. Like, one is like being like desperate and like, oh, spamming you, and the second is like, they're not doing much on their own time. Like, they're just sitting and like blowing up your phone. Like, I'm into a guy that's also doing something with his life, like, as an agenda, like, isn't just waiting for a response all the time. So
I can't. Yeah, but then I try to be understanding at the same time, because quite often that kind of anxiety and desperation is just a form of like fear, like a form of like desperately wanting a connection and being desperately concerned that everyone hates them secretly or they're doing something wrong and they need reassurance. But this is the problem with anxiety. A lot of people don't realize it because it makes you feel insecure. You don't realize it's a form of self-obsession. And so like everything is in relation to you. So if someone doesn't answer you, it's because they're ignoring you, not because they're busy. Or it's because they hate you, not because they're busy. Or it's because they're lying to you, not because they're busy. And so, you know, when you are terrified, when you have anxiety, for like, it's not entirely your fault. It's a mental health issue. But like, what people don't realize is that the world doesn't revolve around you, and that not everything that happens or doesn't happen is because of you. And so it's really difficult to reason with these people, and it's really exhausting. And I'm like, it's really sad. You're a nice person, but I can't hang out with you till you're better, because I will get people who will message me. I've never messaged them before in my life, and they'll DM me, hey, and I won't reply because I haven't even seen it yet. There are 400 other messages to get through, and they'll go, hey, for like 6 months, and then they'll go, bitch, you don't care about your fans. And then I'll find it all, and I'll be like, no loss there.
Yeah, that's the one that really trips me up too, is like the ones that just serially message you without ever having a response. And they're like, their mood about you
so
changes.
many of those.
They're like, hey, I would like to talk to you. You look really nice, and you don't respond. They're like, fucking bitch, and then you don't respond to that, and they go back to
Literally.
being nice, and then they just flip-flop by themselves constantly. Insanity.
Yeah. I have so many of those, and I'll look at it once in a while, and literally it'll be like months of just messaging every day, like with no response. Like they're so committed to it. I don't understand.
It's almost like a diary, yeah.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, they just like convince you don't respond, then they get mad, and then they're happy the next day.
Yeah.
Even though you haven't ever said anything to them.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that happens to boys. Like, do they get girls like that in their messages?
I'd say they
Probably fangirls, yeah.
Because I get girls who do it to me too. I was about to say, have any of you got boob pics? Because you've probably gotten dick pics, but have you gotten any boob pics yet?
I don't think I have.
Because I got my first boob pic like the other day, and I was like, rare. Like, it felt like a shiny Pokemon card. Not that I'm encouraging it. Please don't send pictures of your body without me asking you. I don't ask people for their pictures, so like there isn't really a good time. I'm not like waiting on the other side of the computer for people to show me and inform me about the state and condition of their genitalia. That's just not my thing. Thanks, but no thanks. But yeah, I was just like, wow, this is the first time that this has ever happened to me.
Wow.
I've never had the one time I remember I did a tweet because my tweets always like I meme with them, and it was something like it was something along the lines like, oh, I never get any sexual pics, and originally I was gonna say dick pics, and then I was like, I already get so many unconsensual pics that if I tweet this, it's gonna bring a horde. So I turned it to say about lady. I was like, I never get any boob pics. And it kind of shocked me because I got so many DMs, but it was like, hey, do you actually want some? I don't mind sending. And that was actually, it was nice. It was a breath of fresh air that they asked. Or it was like with my friends, I was like, fuck yeah, dude, show me. Let me see what you got. But it was different that they actually asked my consent, even in a joking manner, when usually I deal with just like sent. Just because they assume they get the joke or that it's okay. So that was a breath of fresh air. So I have got boob pics from a tweet, but they were all like consensual, where it was like they asked before they sent it. Yeah, it was cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I open like on DMs, like if they have a photo, I will never click on it. So I don't know where you guys are opening all these, but I stay away from it.
I'm the same way, and sometimes I feel really bad because like one of them I'll be like unsure about. I'm like, it's probably a dick, but maybe not. And then I'll open it. It's like a picture of their cat or something that's really cute, and I'm like, no, I feel like an asshole. That I thought they were sending me the dick. So after a while, you just become really cautious. That's crazy. Let me see, what was our questions again?
Breakfast. Questions are at the doc, because there were some like very interesting ones on the document, and then the questions you just are good like random combos.
Yeah, those are the chat topics.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm looking at the document again. Oh, there's that one. Or let me see. I'm scrolling down to something that's more fun. Ooh. So, what?
Oh, I was gonna say I'm curious. What is something you've done on stream and regretted but not banned for?
Okay.
If you guys have any experiences for that one?
We can do that one, sure.
I feel like Minx would have like a crazy story for that. I don't know.
I feel like I almost regret everything I do because I just lost my mind straight away, and immediately like after stream I'm like, you're a fucking dumb twat. I think the main thing I regret is when I break character. That's what pisses me off. I'm like, oh, because like it can be something like that, like whether it's like a video that will make me like break the character or someone. I just regret it immediately. But I think I don't know. There's so many times I regret what I've done. There's like almost everything I do I instantly regret, but in the long run I don't. I'm like, haha. I think the biggest one would be stabbing my White Claw with a cosplay prop in confidence that it would not burst, and then it becoming one of my biggest clips. And I think the worst thing about it is people are like, why did you stab it? You knew it would break. It was a plastic object that was not even sharp. So I hit it in full confidence that nothing would happen. And it like burnt my eye. And it was the one time that it was not a bit, it was not planned. Like usually everything I fucked up on my stream is planned. So it still triggered me that one of my biggest known clips was just me being a dumb fucking idiot. And it's like, it wasn't like, when it's planned, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. But that one was actually just a dumb mistake. And I'm like, for fuck's sake.
That's so funny. Oh my god. I haven't seen this
clip
clip.
I've seen of you.
Huh?
I haven't seen this clip.
Oh,
It's
you
so
have
funny.
it?
Do you have
It
it
is
still?
pretty good.
Uh-huh.
I keep getting reposted, and I'm like, ugh.
It's just content. Like, it's awesome. It's just like accidental content's the best thing. When you get loads of
Yeah.
notoriety for something you didn't even mean to do.
Yeah, it is. It is what I did. It's like, but that's kind of what Andrea said, where like people assume you're stupid because of that thing. I got so many comments saying, you are such a dumb cunt. Like, how can you not expect what would happen there? And it's like, I got so, because that's one of my biggest clips. People genuinely come at me saying, like, I'm farming it for attention. And it's like the one time that it was a genuine accident. Like, it was, I was doing a Hinata cosplay and the prop was like plastic. It was so lightweight that the joke of can I stab this White Claw was more like, oh no, I can't. But I think I hit it with so much force.
Too strong.
Yeah.
And I remember my eyes were open too because I wasn't even expecting it. And the White Claw went in my eye, and even though it's mainly water, I screamed so loud and it burned. And the way I ran out of the room because I couldn't see was like lopsided. So everything about that one fucking clip is just so. But it's also, it is funny, like Anita said, that it's funny that it was something that was accidental. Where
I've done something similar. I don't know if we have the clip anywhere easily accessible, but on one of my birthday streams, somebody asked if I was pretending to be drunk or something. Like, no, if I was pretending to be drunk, this is how I would act. And so I just started putting like on a persona, and I was like, oh my god, you guys, I'm so drunk. And I clinked 2 wine bottles together. One was metal though, and one was glass. So the glass one just like broke on my floor, and I was like, oh my god, it was like everywhere.
Wait, I want to see the clip of
You're not pretending.
I don't know, chat, do we have, I don't know if they have a link. It's like, I remember we saw it on my stream anniversary when we had the clip compilation, but I can't find the thread on Discord anymore, so it's like somewhere in the abyss of clips. If someone goes find it, we can show it.
I'm like actually super interested in Andrea's answer to this solely because like, you know, you're a chess player that like, you know, a lot of us, you know, we have our dumb moments because we've been streaming longer, but you're new to it. It's about chess.
Yeah.
What do you regret?
I mean, I so many I literally, okay, I leak something like every day and I breaks. I'm like the most clumsy person. So there's like nothing that I regret the most. Every new day is a new battle. Like one in real life stream, I leaked my credit card. And then every stream I'm breaking something, like either the computer, the headphones, the mic is breaking. I'm spilling water all over the keyboard. So it's like, it's just normal for me, like shit like that. I can't even pinpoint one because it's literally every stream when something goes wrong.
I think what was so funny was when you were having your camera was glitching out and you're like, oh god, I always have this shit. I gotta go.
Just another day.
It was so cute how you just expected it and you're like, okay, I'll deal with it. You do your own thing. It's like, it's
yeah, exactly. No, literally, I'm very clumsy and I have technical difficulties every single day with streaming because I'm new to it and I was never good with tech.
I'm retarded. Sorry.
Now, Anita, what about you? What do you have any? I'm sure you have a lot of big regrets. I'm interested in this one.
I did the serious crime, according to Reddit, of daring to go on Overwatch without push to talk. And you see, here's some background to that, okay? So, like, I wanted to raise some awareness, and I was like, okay, I'm in bronze. I've been getting too drunk during competitive. That's on me, right? But because no one here is taking it seriously, this is a great opportunity to show you guys what it's like to for someone with Tourette's to engage with gamers and how much push to talk meant to me. Because before I started streaming, I used to be on push to talk and I used to just never let my Tourette's show. I would hold down the button, say what I intended to say, lift it, and no one heard the tics. And it meant that I got to make friends who didn't know about it, and I got to be me instead of being defined by my disability, right? Which was amazing, and I loved it, and it was addictive, right? I was just Anita. It was awesome, right? So I was like, this is why I go into push to speak. And I did like 7 or 8 games without push to speak. And I said at the beginning, hi, I have Tourette syndrome. If you don't like the noises I'm making, you can mute me. It's okay. And I was like, I'm not going to be offended. Just mute me. So there's a button that stops anyone having to put up with it if they don't like it, right? And everyone was incredibly sweet. No one muted me. Everyone was really nice about it. 7 matches went by, and I was like, oh, everyone's more wholesome than I thought. What the fuck? And it was like really uplifting, and everyone was like, yay. And then there was this one guy who was like, stop that fucking whistling. And I was like, I'm sorry, I have Tourette syndrome. You can mute me though. And he was like, for fuck's sake. And then whenever I had like a tick that was like, I'm gonna bite your dick or whatever, he'd be like, ha ha ha, yeah, you can do that, baby. And he loved all of the really sexual ticks, but hated all the little noises. And he was very selective. He wanted me to stop specific ticks, but not the others. And it was really obnoxious and horrible. And he just would not stop screaming at me. And he was like, I'm going to put my dick in your throat and shut you up and all this sort of stuff. And he got really aggressive. And I was like, you could just mute me, buddy. And he's like, stop the fucking whistling. And he got more and more irate. And so I just whistled the Trollololol song from start to finish. And he yeeted. And everyone in my chat was like, that was a really good way to handle it. And at first I sassed back a little, just a little. I didn't insult his appearance or anything, but he was like, so you want to have sex with me? And I was like, no, I can already tell you don't have enough experience, bud. And stuff like that. I was like a little bit sassy, but not very much. And in the end, I just whistled at him and like, yeah, I didn't have to resort to being like really offensive. I guess I could have just whistled and stopped it. See, I guess the non-toxic way worked better, sort of thing. But people clipped it out of context, put it on live stream fails, and for like a month, people fucking hated me. They were like, how dare you go on competitive on open mic with Tourette syndrome? You're fucked up, you bitch. And I was like, you could have pressed one button and stopped it. Nobody else gave a fuck. Like, there are 6 people in every match who did not care until that one guy, and he could have muted me. But they fucking hated me. They were like considering me like having abused him, that, you know, it was an awful thing that I did to him. I was getting constant tweets, constant messages, constant DMs, constant whispers going, by the way, if you have Tourette's, you shouldn't be on open mic. Like constantly. I had no idea I would get so much baby rage from that one little thing that I did once. And people have held it against me ever since. They think that I constantly do it and play the victim. They constantly think that I just go on open mic and people are mean to me and I'm surprised and I'm like, well, I guess I need another $200. And they literally have stereotyped all of my content, literally thousands of people, based on that tiny clip, and hate me with a passion.
Wow.
It makes me so mad. That's why the toxicity of live stream fails.
What the fuck?
Ridiculous.
I'm livid, bro. I'm fucking pissed off. I don't fucking understand. I don't fucking understand how, like, I get, you know, the one person, everyone in game, you know, they're constantly toxic. But the fact that people, I don't like that. I just don't like that whole thing.
That was the first and last time I ever took push to speak off while playing with strangers. I have it off while I play with my friends. I'm on open mic while I play with my friends, and that's fine. And nobody ever had a problem with that. But then one time that one dude got mad at me, everyone rushed to his defense. They're like, he has a point though. Like, that poor guy. And he was like, you know, constantly making sexual threats the whole game. I explained I had Tourette syndrome and that he could Google it. He didn't Google it. He just got madder and madder, but still was really happy about the sexualized tics. It was so weird. And
if you had explained, right? If you had just done it without saying, oh yeah, you know, without saying you have Tourette's. Okay, I can get why people will be like, oh, that's. Even then, you're not obligated to say it, right? You're not obligated to say the reason. But the fact that you did say it and people still got fucking pissed over it is what's kind of fucking mind blowing to me. Like, how fucking stupid can you be?
Mostly, nearly everyone I spoke to was really nice to me, unexpectedly. I expected toxic gamer rage, and everyone's like, "No, it's fine. I don't care. So, how are you today?" Sort of thing. No one gave a fuck. Like, no one felt victimized. No one threw a tantrum. It was just this one insane guy.
That's nice though. It's got
Food
that.
forever. And I can never do open mic just because like you literally did everything you could. Like you told him he could have muted you and still you get blamed, and now you can never do open mic again.
So dumb.
Fucked up.
But I regret it so much because people still haven't let it go. Like that was last year, and like one of my LSF clips went up, and someone was like, "Oh, is this the bitch who goes on open mic and then cries when people don't like it?" And it got thousands of upvotes. Like that was it. That's it. Just that one game. Just that one guy who got mad, and now I'm a bitch.
God.
Yep. That's the internet. We'll look at a 10-second clip.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's really weird because he could just press a button. That's it. That's all I would have made
He
him
didn't
do.
want to.
He could have muted me a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
It's so
hates it,
dumb.
but he refuses to just end it. Interesting. He definitely had like a fetish or something, or like doesn't get a lot of attention, so like was enjoying it and knows he doesn't get like that type of talk in any other way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have clips that me and Minx were talking about, by the way, now.
Oh.
Here we
I wanna
go.
see it.
Here we go. Let me unmute this
Breakfast.
on the stream.
Kelly.
Oh my god, guys! I had so much! Oh my god!
Regret.
Sounds like a good birthday though.
Let's watch
I
the break again.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! I had so much!
It's how you tried to keep
Oh
the
my
act up
God.
after it, like you just gave up.
That's amazing.
When was this?
And I have Minx's clip too. The stabbing the White Claw
Yeah,
one.
big flip.
Can I stab my White Claw? White Claw, I know it's majority water, but that shit stung. That shit stung. I'm like, I did not realize that it's already fucking 20 past 11. I was supposed to. How long is this podcast going for? Because I know I have to leave in like 5 minutes. But I'm like, stop!
She's still laughing. What is happening? Wow.
I was playing the clip in slow motion on the stream.
I saw it. This was the wrong way. Well, I was saying I didn't realize, you know, I was supposed to go for 20 minutes ago, but now I'm like, hey, Caitlin, if you wanna, I know I've been on like 2 times, I'm already in, but if you wanna invite me back,
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, she has to go do stuff. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm QE's in the chess match, and I'm like, I told her I'd be her cheerleader. I'm like, I didn't even realize I'm fucking late. I really love this podcast. I feel like every time I'm on it, I get to know, you know, other streamers in a different light without just seeing how they stream. Like Andrea and Anita, and then Caitlin, I learned from you last week. I know it's for content, but it's like I always have so much fun, and it brings me so much insight. So thank you so fucking much for bringing me back on, Caitlin.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining us. Like every time you're on, I feel like it's just a little more fun. You know, I feel like someone not afraid to be loud and swear.
I had to call early because you invited me, and I was like, I really want to come on, but I feel like I have to say no because I'm gonna have to leave early again. So
No, it's fine.
And then you're like, yeah, it's fun. And I'm like, yes, I'm in, boys. Thank you so fucking much for having me, though, and it was so lovely to meet Anita and Andrea. God, I keep seeing your name as Alex on the thing. I almost say Alex every time.
Zoom.
Yeah.
It was great to meet you. We should definitely plan like a girls.
Yes,
chess
we should have
Yes.
fun
this
stream.
where Andrea teaches us chess.
I'll reach out to you for sure.
Easy. Great, perfect. Thank you so much, guys, and goodbye, chat. Goodbye, everyone. I had a great time.
It's great to meet you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
What a slut. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not thinking that. Tourette's is not what I'm thinking, by the way, guys. Just to be clear.
I'm sure she understands.
I mean,
There we go. Okay, layout fixed.
Breakfast. Do you like tits? I like tits.
I love tits. Oh, another good one. Do you guys think that size matters? Chat wanted to know.
Size of what? Penises?
Yes, penises specifically. They need to know desperately. They were asking me all day.
Okay, so for me, like, the only time that size matters is when there's too much junk in the trunk. Like, if there's too much there, I'm just like, that is not of use to me. Like, I enjoying sex. Like, injury is not my idea of a good time. So I'm sorry. I hope you find the giant / like, I don't know.
Wormhole.
Just whatever it is that you need, but it's not my body. Trust me. So like
girth-wise, right? You're saying like too much happening girth. Yeah.
Well, there's length too, because I'm really not into the feeling of like a cervix being hit. Like, for those of you who don't know, because like I'm pretty sure there will at least be one virgin in chat. So women have this, like, there's the labia, which is the outer part of the vagina. Then there's the vagina, which is the actual hole. And then up the vagina, there is a thing called a cervix, which is the neck, which leads into the womb, which is where the baby is, where the egg is, like the fertilized egg is sat waiting for some sperm. So this neck of the vagina. So if someone is, there's vaginas come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are very shallow, some are very deep. And also, if you're aroused, your cervix can reposition slightly higher. And so if he's not doing a very good job, he hasn't got you very excited, he's not all into the foreplay or nothing, then quite often the cervix hasn't got into a safe position away from what's about to happen. And so either because he's bad in bed, she's not enthused, or because, there's a slight disparity in size between the two people, the penis can hit the cervix, and that can be very, very painful. There are a select few women who do enjoy it, but it tends to be uncommon compared to how many people really fucking hate it. It's kind of like being punched from the inside. And so, like, when it's too small, like, there is still stuff you can do together where you get to achieve an orgasm. It's not necessarily going to be an inhibiting factor. And so many women are bisexual these days, or very open to sex with people who don't even have a dick. That it doesn't actually necessarily even have to be a part of the fun for it to conclude in a good way. So if it's too small, it doesn't really matter too much. But if it's too big, it can be a real problem. So I would say, like, size matters to me only in that I want to be able to have enough room to accommodate something, and if I don't, it's a nope. We can just be friends.
That's right. So you can stop lying to girls that you're all 12 inches. It's okay. We're fine with much less. Trust us. It's okay to be honest. All right? Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you for that explanation. That was so scientific.
Health class.
That was really awesome.
I really would love to give sex education. I just feel like the best target group would be the worst for me to have Tourette's around, sadly. But I hope that was helpful, chat. I hope that was interesting or useful in some way. Good luck, guys. I'm sure it'll happen.
Someday, yeah. Just keep making sure you have consent and treating women like they're people, and it'll happen someday, most likely. Damn. I don't know, Andrea, is that beyond your... I don't know what your thoughts are, if you have none, or...
Yeah, I'll fast here, but you guys have an I think Anita should just have a little segment on her stream where she has a sex education show weekly, good for the kids. Kidding.
I have actually done sex education streams, and Yeah, and I do talk about this sort of thing about how to find the clitoris, what the clitoris is, talking about safe anal sex and all that sort of stuff, and protection and sexual attitudes, and how to be good in bed and communication and that sort of stuff. And on a few of them, I even offered like discounts of sex toys so people could explore their own bodies, especially because people were getting lonely during lockdown. And I was like, yeah, the only business that's booming right now compared to everything else is sex toys. So they came and gave me a sponsorship, and I was like, here you go. You got some money off some sex toys. Go have fun whilst you can't get access to another person, and get a grip with what you like personally, so you can communicate well when you find one to mate with. Yeah.
That's awesome. I like that. Yeah, guys, there always is definitely a too big. I think the biggest record like on Earth was like 19 inches, and he had some trouble for sure. He actually couldn't have sex because it was so big. So when you are out there thinking like, man, I wish my dick was bigger, the girls are not thinking that. If she tells you your dick's not big enough, she's probably lying, and it's probably something to do with your personality, but that conversation is too long. So she just uses the dick excuse instead. Unless you're just really bad at technique, and she doesn't know what else to tell you. So... so don't feel bad.
Right.
19 inches is insane. I did a measurement before on myself, and that actually reaches my chest. So imagine like having that kind of issue, you guys. Be happy with what you have. Don't wish for bigger.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for him. Like, is that like potentially fatal? Like, if he gets a boner, does he die of blood loss?
I don't know if he's able to get a full one. I'm not
That
sure.
wouldn't
They
surprise
didn't
me.
describe that aspect, but he was not able to hide it flaccid either. It was just constantly like swinging in his pants as he walked.
It doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm. Should he pass out from lack of blood? Yeah, right? Because it would take... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. He would probably pass out. True. Oh, do you guys have any worst first dates?
Ooh. I have to think on this one because I literally I was in 2 relationships and they were both very, very long, like 3 years each. So the first date experience, I was always in relationships, so I don't know about Anita. So.
Oh, I've got some bad dating stories. You don't get to 30 without them. No, you don't. So, so I got tricked onto a date once, and it went catastrophically.
You got
So was this guy.
tricked?
There was this guy. He was my friend. He was a bit of a Pepe Le Pew kind of character. He tried to have a threesome with my mom once without asking her. That was interesting.
What the fuck?
Not with me and my mom, but
Well, I mean, still,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Yeah, so basically, he was friends with my mom before he was friends with me.
Ah.
Yeah, and him and his friend had talked about perhaps wooing her for an interaction, but didn't actually check with her before they checked with each other. They were in the taxi and they were agreeing on the details, and then they turned to her and she was overhearing them, like, wait, what? And she just stopped the taxi and got out. Well, I didn't know about any of this, okay? So moving swiftly on, we fast forward, and this guy, he every now and again he'd be like, Anita, do you want to come and hang out? And I'd be like, sure, as a friend. And he's like, of course, as a friend. I was like, cool. So we'd go to the beach sometimes, or we'd go to a cafe or whatever, and it was fine. It was totally fine, right? And then one day he's like, do you want to go to this cafe? I want to eat this thing. I've not tried this thing. I was like, yeah, sounds like fun. I did not think at this point I would need to clarify again that we are just friends, right? So a few days before, I look at the calendar and I go, oh, fuck. And I message him like, oh, I just realized that day is Valentine's Day. And I was like, you're not trying to trick me onto a date, are you? And he's like, no, why would I have to trick you? Wink. And I thought he was joking, genuinely. Genuinely, I thought that was just his humor, lol, right? I took the no, I did not take the wink. I trusted the words, not the emoji.
Oh, no.
So, I get there. He offers to buy the pizza and stuff, and we sit and we eat, and it's fine. But it's Valentine's Day, and I'm like, I hope no one sees us because people will think we're on a date, and that would be bad. And I was like, it's okay. No one we know is here. And then the musician stops. The spotlight falls on my friend, he goes, "Hey, buddy, you actually got a date. Get in." Like, and I was just like, everyone's eyes were on me, and I just wanted to disappear through the floor. I was like, no, this is not. Why, God, no, this is not a date. And he just was like, yeah, like next to me. I was like, shut up. And like, I'm like, I need to go to the loo. I come back and there's this giant Valentine's Day card, a gemstone heart, and some chocolate on the table.
Cringe.
And I'm like, and I couldn't accept it. I was like, no, buddy, we're just buddies. I can't accept this, buddy. And he's like, oh, no, it's okay. You keep it. I'm sorry I couldn't find a bigger one. And I was like, and eventually, because he would not let me give it back to him, I just packed it all into my backpack as fast as I could, like just to stop people from looking at it. It's just like, no. So anyway, we eat the food, and I'm just thinking, oh God, what's the walking home situation going to be like? So we get out the front door, and he's like, so can I walk you home? And I'm like, I've actually got to go work, so I'm just going to head to work, and you don't want to follow me there because you'll just be bored. And he's like, don't worry, I can sit with you and talk with you while you do your work. And I was like, no, I'm good. Really, you'll miss your last bus, and it's a long walk. It's like, what, 2 hours walk back to your town? And he's like, it's okay, I don't mind. I don't have to go home. And I was like, no, really, bud, you do. And he was like really pushy, and he was like walking towards my work. Like, my work was an excuse. I wanted to go home, but like, because I have a couple of offices that I rent, I could just access whenever I like, and I quite often work through the night there. So it was nice and plausible, so polite. I did not want to tell this guy to fuck off. I did volunteer work with him. I didn't want things to be awkward. So I did not want to go through this thing where I have to turn him down, and then he hates me forever and tries to socially assassinate me and calls me a bitch and a slut all the time, because that's what happens when you turn down your friends, sadly, in my experience. So I was just like, no, please, for the love of God. And in the end, I circled back, and he didn't realize. And I went to his bus station as his bus arrived and went, oh, you better hop on your bus, quick. And he was like, what? Oh yeah. What? I was like, bye, dude. And I just kind of stopped, just like, no, and just ran. So basically, yeah, I got tricked on a date, and it was horrible, really horrible.
God. So what about your actual date? What about an actual first date, though, where you weren't tricked and you were just like, this is awful? Do you have any of those?
No, because like I don't really date when it's successful.
Okay.
Because I don't actually try to get with anyone who doesn't really know me. So I've known everyone that I've been with for years, and then I've had like a full-on like 6-year relationship with 2 different guys. So 12 years of my life in a relationship, because they get to know me. They've already accepted my tics. They've already accepted everything about me, and they still want to hang about. And that's a good sign that things will work out. So if they're still like a good friend in a year or 2, maybe I'll think about whether or not I like them. And by that time, my idea of dating is invite them around, play some Borderlands, eat some snacks, watch some movies. That's it. And that can't really go wrong.
Yeah. That's so scary, though, that somebody does that people can do that to you. Someone in chat was like, don't treat them like they're psycho, but they're acting psycho. You know what I mean? Where it's like, she's like, we're friends, right? We're friends. And he's like,
They don't take no for an answer.
God, that's terrifying. Oh.
Yeah, I relate with Anita. Like, most of my first dates went well, so I don't know about you, Amouranth, though. Maybe you have a good story.
I guess the worst one I was on, it was one that I had from Tinder, and my first experience with Tinder, and my last, that turned into a date. It was okay at first, right? Like, dates are always awkward for me, because I'm just a really socially awkward person. So we're eating dinner, that's fine. And then, like, at the end of the date, though, I walk him back to his car, because, you know, he was parked farther away, and I was parked at the restaurant, but it was like a limited space thing. So I drive him, and then I'm walking him to his spot to say goodbye. And then he asks to grope my boobs. He's like, can I touch your boobs? And I'm like, what? Like, because the whole date, maybe I'm just bad at picking up signals, but I thought this was like a wholesome, normal, like, respectable date that we had, and I was not getting any of those creepy vibes at all. And so I was just like really caught off guard, and I was like trying to analyze my entire actions of the date. Like, was I sending out those vibes, or are people just fucking creepy? I don't know, but yeah, that's probably the worst date that I had. I went home and I was just like very confused about the whole thing, and that was the last time I used Tinder, for sure.
disguise of a normal person and lit off for the day. But I would not say that is not on you. Yeah, my sister has really bad luck with Tinder too. None of her Tinder dates really go well, but I don't want to speak for her. But I've heard some bad stories from Tinder.
Yeah, I've never been on Tinder. It's not for me.
Same.
Yeah, I thought it was like a normal dating site, but after that, my guy friends who were like analyzing the situation after I told them, like, yeah, well, Tinder's mostly for hookups. Did you put not DTF on your profile? I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, not down to fuck.
God.
And I'm like, that's assumed? What the? Why do I
You
have
need
to
a little
disclaim
banner.
that?
Most of the time, people
Yeah.
ignore it
It's
anyway.
like-
Like, if you put not down to fuck, a lot of people just think, until you've met me. And they
Right.
just try it on anyway.
I've had those types too, though. I mean, not on dates, but just like in public on my streams at Walmart. It's like, I have this story for Chad just because I get so many like weirdos hit on me at Walmart. I don't know what it is about that place specifically. But it's kind of a meme at this point where it's like I have this persona that I'm a lesbian, and so any guy come up to me, I'm just like, no, I can't. My girlfriend Jennifer's at home and she's waiting for me. And guys will just like not even consider that as a problem. They're like, oh, well, you know, we could have a threesome, or like, oh, you like girls? Well, that's just because you haven't had my dick yet. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's not how that works.
They have
It's
no
like-
understanding of how sexuality works.
It's like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, at uni, I did not want to date any of the guys who were coming after me, so I told them all that I was a lesbian, which is only half true. And they were like, oh, that's okay, you just haven't met me. Or like,
Right.
yeah, you just haven't met the right guy yet. Or so I said I was asexual, and they're like, oh, you just haven't met me. And then I said I was married, and they're like, oh, you just haven't met me.
It's like, oh
and-
my god.
yeah, like nothing was a
They
barrier.
don't take no for an answer.
I mean, I had a tick where I was like constantly saying, I have a dick. I've had that for so long. Out of blue, I just go, I have a dick. And they were like, yeah, that's not a problem. So like there was nothing got in the way. Nothing would stop them.
Oh, that's funny, but that's, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I have had them, like, they'll be encouraging me to cheat on my imaginary girlfriend, you know? They'll be like, oh, well, what she doesn't know won't hurt her, it's fine. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, these people are actually that entitled out there, chat. They're just, it's real. These people do not take no for an answer at all, like Andrew said. It's, anything
Yeah.
is like, that's fine. It's like, oh, you're not into my gender? That's fine. You're married? That's fine. Doesn't matter.
These
Well, I
stories.
This is what I
You go,
find-
you go.
Okay. So like, what I find really fucking cheeky and annoying is I'm trying so hard to be polite. Like, I'm not giving you a fake phone number because I hate you. It's because I don't want to break your heart in front of everybody. Just let me politely escape, and you go to a private place before you find out I don't like you, so I don't have to tell you loudly to fuck off in front of your friends. Like, I'm doing you a favor. Please don't check if it's real right there and then, because like then you just embarrass yourself in front of everyone because everyone knows I don't want to fuck you. Just take the act of kindness, because that's what it is. I'm not into you, but I don't want you to be hurt. So just take the fake fucking number, guy. Please don't make this a situation. I want to have fun. Like when I say, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend, and they're just like, that's not a problem. I have a math test. Oh, I thought we were just bringing up things we could cheat on. And all these stupid lines and shit. I'm like, nobody, I was being polite, and now you have completely squashed all chances of walking away with your dignity, you stupid fuck. Like, please, just let me be nice to you. Please. And they're just so persistent that they bring the aggression on themselves. Like when I'm pushed and pushed and pushed because they keep persisting to the point where I have to say no bluntly, I've been made uncomfortable and angry when we could have just parted ways, and he could have believed that the only reason I didn't want to sleep with him was because somebody else took his spot. You know, like that could have been a thing. He could have walked away with a smile on his face, not been traumatized, embarrassed, but no.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And then when you say no, sometimes you have that fear of them getting aggressive and like following you to your car or something to try and like force themselves onto you because they're mad about it. That you had the audacity to say no.
These stories all remind me of like cat collars. Like I was recently in like LA with some of my friends. It was like me and one of my girlfriends walking around, and like this like cat collars that would just follow you. And like first you're polite, and you're like, no, thank you. Like my friend will be like, we'll just say anything to get out of it. But like we're 15 or something. They're like, oh, that's not a problem. And then you're like, no, we can't right now. Like we need to go. And they will just follow you, like literally follow you home, like. Like this is men on Tinder, but this is also literally like any cat color I've experienced on like outside.
Yeah.
Can I just interject? Because there's a little point I have to make at this point. It always happens whenever women talk about their experiences, so I'm just going to say it, okay? So we're talking about the bad experiences we're having. We have male friends, we have male family members, we work with men on a daily basis, we come and hang out with you. We obviously have some perspective and know that there are plenty of people who don't do this who are also male. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go, don't worry, guys. Not all men, not you. But there's a lot of people fishing for that in chat. And this is what it sounds like from the other side. So if I was in a car crash and this driver came and hit me and I'm really traumatized and I have a broken arm and it was a really bad experience of mine, right? I've never once had a driver poke their head in and go, not all drivers. I hate how you're generalizing all fucking drivers. Don't you know that some drivers are good at driving? Don't you know that some pedestrians lie? Oh my God. The way you're talking about drivers right now is so unattractive. And you should always try to be attractive and never talk about this. Because I personally feel offended and angry because not all fucking drivers. No, nobody does that. That's insane. So let people talk about what they've been through without getting all many. Because we know. If we didn't know, we would lock ourselves away and never speak to a man again. And we're hanging out with you. So that's not the case. You don't need to remind us. We're not generalizing all men. It's okay. But if you feel generalized when people talk about being harassed sexually, that is a red flag you need to deal with. Because that's probably why you're single, okay? If you find us talking about this kind of approach and being like derisive about it, upsetting, that says more about your approach than it does about our opinion of men in general. We're cool with men. We're just not cool with the harassment. There is a difference, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for that disclaimer.
Yes, I wish that was taken like as a default more often, because I feel like I do see that a lot, like you said, where guys are like, not all men. It's like no one ever said all men. You know, It's like no one's ever saying all them all the time. Every man I've encountered. You know, it's like
Clearly, like the Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. Same thing.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that all lives deserve to be like limited and oppressed.
Exactly.
Like, there are specific prejudices that need to be dealt with. It's okay to point that out, no one's denying all that. Like, it's the fact that all lives matter that means that we have to remind people that that includes Black people. And it's worrying and sad that when we say that includes Black people, that people get upset and feel like they are being taken down a notch if we say that Black people are equal to them. And like, no, all lives matter, including mine. It's like, yes,
that's the default understanding, which is why people are like, hey, we matter too. It's like, that's like, yes, that's what they're trying to convey to you. You don't have to say it like to undermine their cause, So
it's like, I kind of feel sad that it's taken so much outrage and everything to push for change. I don't think that this is a made-up problem. And I think every time that racism has been brought up since the dawn of time, people have tried to gaslight and kind of push it down and say it isn't happening. And yet we acknowledge it looking back when they take steps in the right direction. We go, oh yeah, of course they were right then, but they're not right now every step of the way. People were saying that in the 70s, in the 60s, in the fucking 1800s. So like, it's not surprising that people are still saying it now, but it's like there's still progress to be made. Like scientifically, we have hard evidence that there's still progress to be made, and that's sad. And it worries me that there are people who think that you would just lie when the only thing that people get faced with when they talk about prejudice, whether it's because you're a woman or because of your sexuality or whatever, people just go, no, that didn't happen. You must be making it up. But we get negative reinforcement for that. Like people just hate you and disbelieve you. It's a hard thing to challenge society. Why would anyone do that for fun? It's not.
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand that either. It's like nobody likes bringing confrontation upon themselves. Like, like that's just a dumb default to have of people in your mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's a close subject to my heart because half my family's black. Nobody believes me because like they're not gonna believe me until like I put up my birth certificate and then like completely dox my dad and my dad's side of the family or whatever. But I'm not gonna do that because like I'm not an
Right.
asshole.
Yeah.
I have nothing to prove. But like half of my family's from Trinidad and there's like Taino Native American blood in that side of the family. So like those people were basically discovered into extinction. There's barely any left. And so like a lot of what happened to people because of like skin color differences is very relevant to my family history.
Mhm.
I mean, the reason why my family were there in the Caribbean is because they were brought over as slaves, and then like kind of mixed with the native people there. And so my background, I have a lot of understanding of the prejudices that people can face just for looking slightly different. And I find it scary when people don't acknowledge that it's there because when it's hidden, it's far more devastating. I really wish that people would just accept that we have a little bit of progress to make. That's an okay thing to know about the world.
Yeah, I think people are often too blinded by just the color of the skin, like the shade of it, rather than where people come from. It's like just because somebody looks like they may not be for what you picture a certain race to look like or a certain part of the world doesn't mean that they aren't from that, you know?
Sorry, that was a huge rant.
That's it's a really important topic, and I'm always scared to comment because what I want to say, like I want to put so much thought into it because this topic matters to me a lot as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah, what is your
Yeah.
background, Andrea? Because you like
Both
look
my
more
parents-
exotic to me.
both my parents are Romanian. They
Mm.
came to the U.S. To North America, like late 20s. I grew up in Canada, but we're in the U.S. now. But yeah, just full Romanian, pretty much.
That's pretty cool.
How about you?
My mom's side is Native American in it. Like my great grandmother looks like super traditional Native American. Like if Grandmother Willow was a person, that's what she would have looked like. Just like really long, thick silver braids, like the super sharp facial structure and everything. But the rest of her side, she's basically like colonial America. It's like Native American mixed with English and Irish. And then my dad's side is just like full blown Italian.
We have a lot of mix there.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's like where my sharp jawline comes from is Native American. And then I guess my eye color is my mom's like Irish side. It's the lighter side, and then thick hair.
The red
my
hair,
dad's.
but that's not.
Well, yeah,
your
no,
natural hair isn't red.
no,
Yeah, I
my
forgot.
natural is dark brown, but it's really thick and curly naturally. I just don't let it be in its natural state because it's just so poofy and unmanageable. But that's like the Italian part.
My sister's hair is. She always has to get it blown out because she's really thick curly hair too.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't do anything except become poofy mess if you try to brush it.
Yep, exactly.
No. But yeah, it's fun though to have like a mix of people. It's interesting to see where they come
Yeah,
from.
I didn't even expect you guys to have such an interesting background, such a diverse background.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I find it really weird that people just think I'd make it up out of the blue, and it's like, why would I do that? And it's I got like a lot more of my mom's side of the genes than my dad's, so in terms of skin color, and I guess that just makes it's called white passing. I have a cousin who's like got the same kind of parental kind of bloodline as me, like, and she is a lot darker, so it's just like a genetic lottery. It's really interesting though.
Yeah, which half you happen to inherit most.
Yeah.
That's sad, but I mean, that's just how life is. We have to make progress towards it and become more aware. Hold other people accountable. Let me see.
I was looking. There were some of the topics on the doc that I thought were interesting.
Which one do you want to bring up?
Let me
Go for
look.
it.
Twitch. Twitch has been looking for ways to attract non-endemic viewers to the platform. Or let's see.
Yeah, we can do that one if you want.
Yeah. And there's, I mean, all the topics you put on the doc that in purple are good. I don't know if Anita looked at it yet, but.
Have we
I don't know.
covered all of those questions?
Oh, do you want to finish chat's questions?
We can. They're open for. We can skip around. We can do whatever. It's not.
Yeah, we
There's
can
no
do
particular
chat's
order.
questions and then do your doc.
Okay. How important do you think success or wealth is in a potential partner? That's what they wanted. Their chat's always wondering, like, do I have to be wealthy for girls to like
Yeah.
me?
Like a girl advice.
I would say for me personally, it's more about your ambition and drive. Like if you're working towards something in your life. It doesn't matter if it makes money per se to me. That I could be biased though, just because I already have my own money. I don't know how a girl would feel if she didn't, you know? That might change for her. But for me
Okay.
it's more about like, are you contributing like your own drive and passions to the relationship? Do you have something you're working toward rather than just being a leech? It doesn't really matter how much money it makes as long as you have something you want to do.
Exactly. Pursuing something you're passionate about is like way more attractive than just being in something that you don't care about for the money. Like with my sister, like we're like the second we don't like streaming anymore, we quit. So like I respect people who value like passion, like their passion over money.
Mm-hmm.
I am still looking for women who just care about wealth. I know that they exist, but I've still not met any. Like I'm finding like so far in my experience of other people that it's rare to prioritize wealth over other attributes. Like, do you click? Do you have compatibility? You know, what's your sex life like? Are you enjoying each other? Or, you know, is there compatibility there? Like, those sorts of things tend to matter to the people that I've asked so much more. For me, most of my partners, so one was at uni studying and then he didn't find a job after. The other was unemployed when I first got with him, living with his mom. I don't really care what people's status is. That's not my priority whatsoever. I kind of feel like that doesn't define whether or not someone can make you happy or whether or not there'll be a strong connection. You know, those sorts of things matter so much more to me. But sometimes I find that like people make excuses and tell themselves why they're still single, and they'll stereotype the opposite sex. And so like I see both men and women stereotype like the opposite sex, and they're like, oh, men are just after sex or women are just after money, and that's why I'm so alone. It's not because I'm a bad partner, it's because the opposite sex needs to get their priorities straight, and if they were decent people, they'd have me. And I see that so much more often. And so like I'm always wary to like try to convey to people that like I try very heavily to be an example of someone who's like, you don't have to have wealth. I don't expect you to pay for anything. I'm happy to pay for the first date, anything like that. So long as we are happy and having a laugh and connect. Like I'm far more concerned with how they treat people more vulnerable than themselves. I think that's a good definition of who someone is when there's no consequences. How do you treat someone else? Like how do you treat animals? How do you treat the elderly? How do you treat the waiter? That sort of thing is important to me, because like if there are conditions upon which people have to meet before you respect them, I don't think that you're a very respectable person. I don't think you're a very kind person, and that matters to me so much more. So yeah, I'm not going to invite someone into my life if they have selective empathy. I think that's my main attractor, is like if someone's kind and warm and caring and like that, everything else comes after. And I don't need you to have a job. I don't need you to have money. I'll take care of myself. I'm responsible for me. So like I that's not a criteria I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a dad or a wallet. I'm looking for a lover. That's a huge difference.
And one who like is there for you and not just there because you're the one that makes money as well. Like, you know, they have to actually be contributing to your emotional like connection rather than just being like, yeah, whatever you want, because they know that you make money and provide. I feel like that's really hard to find if people know how much money you make. I think like you tend to attract those types of people who will fake liking you because they know it's an easy road in life. So I feel like it's almost for me, I feel like it's almost impossible to find somebody who actually is there for you from the start emotionally if from the start they also know how much money you make. Because I feel like it's just like a very difficult road to take if you're trying to connect with somebody, because you just honestly don't know. Some people are really good at faking being genuine.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a question. Most of the guys that like you like go out with, do they know like right off the bat when they meet you? Don't they not know that you're a streamer? So like how much you make and everything?
I guess I haven't done a lot of dating since I became a streamer. You know, it's like back when I like maybe in the first
Okay.
year of my stream or so, before I was really successful, I went on a few dates here and there, but it wasn't like I wasn't known, right? I was still very much like grinding it out from like a really low point, not popular yet at all. But that's part of it. What's holding me back is that concern. It's like how do
Oh wow.
you, you know?
Yeah, I never thought about that because I feel like if you just meet like someone like outside or like through a dating app, well, dating app they can look you up and stuff. But I feel like Twitch is pretty like less known, so I never thought about that being a concern. But it's a very good point.
Yeah. And also just because I guess I'm somebody that has like other platforms of content, as I guess our code word
true.
is like OF and stuff, or like mini air conditioners. So it's difficult for me to be like, okay, are they getting with me because they want to get to know me, or do they already have this fantasy they've made up in their head beforehand because I have that kind of content out there, you know? So it's like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
there can be many reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even know
Exactly.
which one.
Like I have
Yeah,
no idea.
gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I often worry about like lyrics from rap videos and stuff where they're like, bitches only want the money because they hoes and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, well, if you become that aggressively hateful towards women, I'm pretty sure the only ones who'll ever pay you any
You're gonna
attention are going to pay to be there. Like, I'm pretty sure that the only people that are ever going to want to be around someone who thinks that way about women are the ones that are going to benefit financially from it, because there's no other reason you'd hang out with someone who thinks that of you. So like, I feel like sometimes having a negative opinion of women, I know, like, here we go. Not all rappers, just in case someone explodes in chat, but whatever. Like, but I feel like a lot of the time, if you negatively stereotype the group of people that you would like to invite into your bedroom, it's going to be like a, what's the word? Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel like when people ask that question, they have this anxiety that the only way you can get a partner is if you can provide for them financially as a guy. And that can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the kind of women who aren't like that aren't going to be attracted to a guy who thinks that about women. And so if you go through your life assuming that you have to pay women to be in your life, the only ones who will tolerate you are the ones you have to pay to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The hatred is like a reflection of what you're insecure about yourself most.
Big true. I don't know how I would like get back into like a dating scene. I feel like I'd have to go somewhere like where they don't know who I am. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like, well, luckily it's not like, I don't know how celebrities do it. I guess there's just no avoiding at that point if you're like an A-lister celebrity. Like I'm not at that level, so like there's still like a good percentage of the population that doesn't know like who I am or what Twitch is even. But I feel like it's definitely harder to find that because I'm not connected into those communities. So it's like, how do you even meet people into that when all you do is the internet?
Yeah. I can only think like, oh, like in real life, like if you run into someone, but especially during COVID, that's not going to be happening. So.
Yeah.
And then all your other networks are related to what you do every day. So.
Yeah, it's a difficult topic. But for like, I think most guys though, they're going to be dating women who aren't live streamers just on a percentage basis. So I think that you definitely have to look for the girls who don't care about the success or the wealth as much as the other stuff. Like, yes, there's going to be women attracted to you because of that reason, but you almost have to not give away, I feel like, how much money you make. Or maybe have like if you have like a lot of money, maybe drive like not the best car to the date. Maybe don't dress in all of your designer clothes if you don't want someone attracted to you just for that. Like, you don't have to lie about how much you make, but don't like display it openly if that's like a genuine concern. Just don't even like bring it up on the first few dates. They can ask what you do, and you can like talk about like in general your job position, but you don't have to say how much money you make and like flex your Rolex and like get out your Gucci shoes, you know? It's like, if that's something you're concerned about, there are things you can do to protect your chances of having them be that kind of gold digging leech that you're worried about.
Yeah, I mean, I find it really hard because I don't know how to date. I'd rather have close friends and then get to know them. And if there's someone there that I become addicted to their company and start to want to spend more time with, then I'd like that to progress naturally and slowly. I'm not really a dating kind of person. So I feel like I'm not in a position to date whilst I'm a streamer, because if you fall out with a friend, they could dox you, they could, really hurt you with that information. And if people know they're your friend, then they can like really hurt you with private information and stuff by sharing it, because it's all tied into your livelihood and your reputation and stuff. So like and they can skew it or misremember stuff, and it can be really damaging. So the stakes are higher for friendships than they would be if you were just any other person doing anything else for a living. And so like I am scared to let anyone that close, because it's just difficult to tell who's kind and who's going to be consistently kind and who's going to respect your privacy and understand the severity of like the consequences for you if they don't keep it to themselves. And so from that perspective, I have no idea how I would potentially get a partner in this position at all.
Yeah. I think a lot of people worry about that, and that's why I think you see more and more streamers like just trying to date other people in the same position. Because it is difficult to find somebody who understands without wanting to take advantage of it.
Do you guys? Well, do you guys like? What would either of you date a streamer?
I would be open to it, but like I wouldn't seek after that specifically, just because like I feel like that's a dangerous road to take too. It has its disadvantages, because if something happens, like to the relationship and it ends up in a breakup, whether it's good or bad, it becomes a lot of drama for both parties to deal with, and you can be seen as like your image can change to, oh, that's so and so's partner or ex-partner, rather than like your own content creator. So it's difficult. There's not really all good or all bad scenario where if you date someone who's a streamer or a YouTuber versus like someone who doesn't do social media at all.
Anyone's job, like even decide, if I'd want to date them. But there is so many risks with dating a streamer. It's just like you're probably like definitely reluctant about it. But lots of respect for streamers who can be open about their relationship. It's just I would rather like keep my relationship private.
Especially because of the stalkers, like Anita was saying, where people can become jealous and want to harm your partner and replace them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would be apprehensive about dating another streamer, because if they are smaller, it might be a way to try and climb the ladder, so to speak. Because there's definitely, I've experienced that already. I've experienced people trying to get closer to me and try to date me to help their career, because they want to be a bigger streamer. And I've had people get really pushy with it and then get really offended and stir drama in my community behind the scenes because I turn them down. But also, even with a bigger streamer, like you said, you stop being defined by your own content and start being defined by your partner and your relation to them, which is kind of like, it kind of overshadows everything that you've put a lot of work into building, and it's like not something you control or decide. It's just something that people do to you. And then on the other side, it's like your breakup to you might be a devastating thing, but to them it might be content, and then you have your life and your relationship kind of spilled. I've seen some streamers talk in very graphic detail about their sex lives with ex-partners and why they broke up and stuff like that. And that must be tremendously painful for the other person who's basically just had their heart torn out, and then they're having it displayed for ridicule to potentially thousands of people. And so like that's a scary idea to me. Like I wouldn't do that to someone, but like when you get with someone, they always seem nice, and nobody expects to break up with a partner. And so like if it turns out that you were misjudged them, it could have horrendous painful consequences.
Yeah,
you're very vulnerable, like it's like what you said, what they could say on stream. And if they're a bigger streamer, you're like, so especially like with female streamers, they're gonna be like, oh, you're only successful, you only get viewers because of them, and they'll just say because of the boyfriend.
Yeah. I feel like I wish we could like eradicate the normal question that people have in any streamer's chat asking if they're single, because I feel like there's no good outcome to that answer. Like if you don't answer, people get mad, right? But if you do answer, no matter what you answer, there's a downside. If you answer yes, suddenly you have everyone watching you and with the intention of dating you. They're working themselves up to believe they can be with you someday. They go delusional in their one-way DMs. Some of them will donate and expect something in return, whether it's like acknowledgement or sex or whatever it happens to be. They'll like try to force themselves into your lives and stalk you. And if you say no, then some people get really jealous and possessive and want to try to kill your partner. So, I mean, there's no good answer. I wish we could just, like, stop asking, because it shouldn't matter. If you like someone's content, watch them. If you don't like their content, don't. Just stop letting single be a determining factor of if you watch them or even care.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a sad obsession, because, like, I get asked at every stream, and I don't want to answer for those reasons either. I'm just like, I'm damned no matter what I say. Like, if I say I'm single, people picture me alone in this house, and they think that they can, like, potentially stalk me or harass me, and I have had a stalker attack me, and, like, just sit outside my house waiting for me to leave it and shit like that. It got really extreme. So, yeah, there's that side. And then if you do get a partner, yeah, they're in danger, and people constantly judge them and vilify them. I mean, every single guy that's ever been on my stream, ever, people have gone, is that your boyfriend? Is that your boyfriend? Is that your boyfriend? Oh my God. And then people are like, he's too shit looking to be your boyfriend. Why are you dating that trash? And it's like, this is my friend. Fuck you. What are you doing? Don't be mean to my friends. Just let them come and hang out with me. And then on top of that, like, so they'll come and people will trash on them, and people will cyber stalk them and try to find out more about them, make up assumptions and rumors and shit. And then they just drive away anyone who comes to hang out with you. So you end up more alone.
Yeah.
Collabs, like anytime I collab or my sister with like a male streamer, it's like, oh yeah, it's just like everyone's shipping them automatically. Like you can't have another guy streamer friend on a stream.
Yeah, it's dumb. Like, I've had my uncle on my stream before, and people be like, "Is that your boyfriend?" And I'm like,
yeah.
Like they'll like start judging
everything
him,
has to
like,
be about
oh, he's out of your league. Oh no, he looks way too. Oh, my uncle doesn't even look as old as he actually is. So most of the time they're like, he is not nearly as attractive enough to be your boyfriend. I'm so much better. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I'll even say it's my uncle on the stream, and you'll still get people being like, is that your boyfriend? How dare he be in the presence of my queen?
Literally.
Like, what the fuck?
I usually on average lose about 1,000 or 2,000 subs on YouTube whenever I appear on Twitch next to a man.
Wow.
Yeah. So people go, oh my God, she's not single. Go over to my YouTube and unsub there.
That's really sad. That's what, like, that's what validates you being worthy of their time, whether you're single or not. It's like, that's so sad. That's what it takes. It's like, if she's not single, I don't want anything to do with her content. Like, it's that kind of mentality that I find, like, so toxic. Because I've had ex-mod before who we had to get rid of and ban him from everything. Because he was, like, obsessed. Huh?
Was that the Wildebeest Rome guy?
No, this was a different one. He was really obsessed with being with me, and it was like, well, if she doesn't want to be my girlfriend, then I don't want to be her friend at all. Like, he wanted all or nothing to do with me, and I'm like, wow. Like, I don't want to be just friends with her.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like, definitely viewers that just, like, see female streamer, like, their personal online girlfriend. Like, they're super possessive.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Yeah.
Ugh. People are insane.
What about best friends? So we talked a lot about romantic stuff, but have you ever had like messages where someone's like, I want to be best friends now. Could you be my best friend? I've given you $1,000. Can we be best friends now? I want you to be my friend specifically. Yes. Hi, can we be friends? Can we be gaming buddies? Can we be friends now? I feel like I know a lot about you. You're my best friend. Would you just answer me just once? It would make my day.
A little funny, or at least like those ones like don't make me mad, because it's like, oh, they're lonely, they're looking for a friend. Sometimes I get many times they'll message my best friends and be like, I want to be friends with Andrea, or they'll message my gay best friend and be like, I want to be her new gay best friend. Like, I find that's a little bit more funny. I don't even know how to respond to that. It's like, well, like, you know, they want friendship, which is better than the other case, and they're just probably lonely, but I don't know how to quite respond to it.
Maybe. In my experience, desperation to be your friend, they actually want to be more than that, and they just don't want to say that because they're aware that it sounds creepy. So, like, in my experience, they'll be like, I'm so glad I'm your friend now, and then they'll escalate to, like, I'm so glad that you're my girlfriend. Like, one-sided conversation with themselves, like, in the stalker sense, like, I'm so glad we're engaged now, like, it's actually happened to me. Where it's like, it started off, I'm so glad we're friends, to, like, I'm so glad that we're getting married, and I'm like, what the fuck? These people are crazy. And, like, some other guy was, like, telling me how we're gonna live our life together and was like, as a friend, I love you, sweetheart. I'm like, I don't think you know what friend means. Like, oh, cringe. You know? It's like, sometimes they don't actually mean friendship.
Yeah, I think sometimes like with mine they do mean friendship, but it's like there are thousands of them and it's so hard because like on the one hand, I remember what it was like to be so lonely. And I used to see people walk by and think, oh, that's a really cool human. I wish I could be friends with them, but I have no idea how to initiate a conversation because they're just walking past me on the street and it's weird. So I guess, that there goes that person. And I get on with my lonely life. And like that was how I was when I was just like desperate for friends. So I get it. And I feel so sad that I can't just go, sure, buddy, we can be pals. Because there are just too many. I can't just drop everything and give loads of attention to just like this one person out of all of them because they all approach asking for the same thing.
Yeah. That's crazy. I didn't think about that way. I don't know if I've ever thought that since elementary school, but I guess it's 'cause I don't really go out though. I'm never out to see people. But yeah, I remember in elementary school you just go up to someone and be like, hi, do you want to be friends? Sure! And then you're friends. Like, I do wish it was that easy, but it's so hard to trust people.
I feel that right now. Like, whenever I'm, like, for example, I just moved to New York, and I'm like, okay, I want to, like, meet people my age, because I have my sister to meet friends through, but they're all 7 years, or, like, probably, like, 10 years at least older. So, like, I go out, I'm like, okay, like, I would approach that person, like, try to make friendship, but, like, now it's just seems kind of weird. So I definitely understand what Anita's saying, and I still experience that now. I mostly just do it over social media because it's like less confrontational. I'll be like, but whenever I DM a girl in New York, like, hi, I just moved here, I'm trying to make friends, they don't respond. But if it's a guy, they'll respond, of course.
Of course. So. Yeah.
I think
I understand that feeling.
The way that I make friends is I kind of just like, I do either of two things, either watch my community at a distance while they interact with each other, because I know they won't interact with me the same, and see how they treat people in my community who have no status whatsoever, because that's a better sign, because everyone treats me really nicely on the Discord, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a genuinely nice person. Sometimes people have ulterior motives. So, like, I just watch how they treat each other. And then the people who are consistently nice and drama-free and, you know, genuine, I'll start talking to and hanging out with and playing games with and stuff over time. And I'll gradually increase it the less it backfires. And the minute it starts to backfire and someone gets weird, I just drop them. And that's hard because with the community specifically, people spread rumors, and anyone who gets banned from the community bands together and gets really weird and obsessive and tries to tear me down. So it's really scary, and it's such a minefield. But that's the only way I've really learned to connect with others so far.
Yeah, it's a good way. I want to address this comment in chat. You said it multiple times. Like, I feel like all your problems could be solved by just not streaming anymore. That's like a really like weird mentality to have, because if someone's like stalking you, say you work as an engineer and someone is harassing you at work, your first assumption isn't to just stop working anymore. You're like, no, I'm gonna get this person to stop doing it. Terrible. You know, people don't expect you to just quit your career because other people are delusional. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't think you sacrifice everything for one person.
Yeah, it's not a problem with content creators. It's a problem with stalkers. Like every single person on this platform who gets to a certain size will experience this to some degree. That doesn't mean we should just stop Twitch. Like everyone from like every single person you're seeing on the left-hand side of the Twitch bar right now, all of those different streamers, they'll have someone who got weird, someone who got obsessive, someone who chased them, someone who tried to find their address, someone who tried to post them something like a used dildo or some shit. Like that is something that just happens to all of us, right? So we're not going to shut down Twitch because some people in Twitch chat can't behave. I mean, I had it from my police, but the police said, why don't you just stop streaming? I was like, wait, what? Like, that's the streaming. What? That's the problem. Isn't that I'm a streamer? The problem is that there's a stalker. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, blaming the wrong person there.
Yeah, they don't see it as like a valid job. They
Oh,
just
yeah,
see it as like
definitely.
a hobby.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely, like, with my parents, it took them so long. Because my sister, she went to Stanford and then had a few startups. And then whenever they say, oh, yeah, she's a full-time streamer to, like, especially other Romanian parents, no one takes it seriously. They're like, she went to Stanford to do that. So, yeah, definitely the fact that people take it less seriously as a job makes a difference, too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my parents did the same thing for a while. They're like, I guess like the first time I got swatted, they're like, why don't you stop streaming? And I'm like, why should I have to stop because someone's an asshole? You know, why should I have to like end what I like doing and what I am like having my career field in just because someone else was a dick? Like, you, like that doesn't make any sense. It's like someone could someone could harass you in any career. That doesn't mean you should stop doing what you like and live your life in fear. You know?
Yeah, if it happened at an office, you'd report it and you'd blame the person for like harassing, but streaming would be like, just quit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if I stopped doing anything where someone made me uncomfortable or harassed me or whatever, I'd just not do anything. Because like at uni when I studied, there were all those guys that were secretly making bets about who'd be the first to convince me to fuck them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sad because it made it really hard to trust friendships because I didn't know who was playing that game and who wasn't. So like, what, do I stop getting an access to an education because that happened, just sit at home and then try to get a job and then someone like does something weird or follows me home with a knife or whatever and I'm like, oh, I guess I better not have a job then. And then I go try to go do the shopping and someone does something weird and I'm like, I guess I can't shop then. Like, where does it end?
Right.
Like,
yeah,
what?
I think that's what girls have to deal with too. That some not. I'm sure some guys get it too, but most girls on a daily basis, they have to worry about like, oh, will someone follow me in my car today? You know, whenever they exit a store, versus like as a guy, I feel like I would feel more comfortable because like I probably wouldn't have, unless I was just a really hot guy, have as many people trying to like follow me to my car with the intention of doing some nasty shit. You know, it's like it's actually like a real problem that we have to face daily, not just in like a career where you're not online. Like even girls who don't have a public appearance have to have that feeling of anxiety. And it's like, would you just stop living your life because there are creepy people? No, you just have to prepare yourself and make sure you have like a pepper spray or a taser or just watch where you're going. It's like you have to take precautions. You don't just stop going outside.
I feel really weird and kind of scared about this topic. Like the more it goes on, the more I feel like this like niggling sense that maybe I should change the subject. And I'm going to address it rather than change the subject because I feel like there are so many consequences for admitting that this happens and that people get angry at you for bringing it up and that people generalize you and they generalize your politics and they generalize you as a human being and they hate you and they call you a generalizer and they think you hate all men if you ever talk about what happens to you. And so I find it scary to talk about, especially on Twitch, because I just feel like the only consequence is not that people are like, oh, maybe that's not a cool way to behave, or, oh, I didn't realize that was a persistent problem for, like, people of the opposite sex or whatever. Like, I feel like most of the takeaway people take is, God, women are liars, not all men. They're generalizing. I feel oppressed because this woman won't date me, and I think it's because she thinks I'm a creep, and all this sort of stuff. And I sometimes I just fear talking because I never get any positive reinforcement for saying it. I feel like I just feel like it's a danger. Like it's like you have to keep this to yourself and never let people know that it happens because the only response you're going to get is anger for having gone through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also like I feel like it affects like that kind of view kind of like affects guys who have good intentions because like I remember there would be good guys that I would be interested in, but they would be so afraid to hit on me because they didn't want to be seen as someone who, like, expects girls to go out with them and stuff, or, like, they know that girls have bad experiences with the guys that hit on them, and they don't want to be labeled as that, so they just don't hit on me, even though they probably really liked me, too. You know? They'll be like, oh, I was just so scared to hit on you because I didn't want to be taken, like, unfavorably. So it's, like, it's difficult, because those types of people that just, like, get salty when a girl doesn't want to date them, and kind of, like, sour the playing field for the good guys who actually do have good intentions that would never disrespect a girl. They feel like they can't hit on a girl or approach them, so they just end up not making any moves at all, and connections aren't made.
Yeah, the sad side effect of there being creeps is that so many decent people have to try so hard to not look like one, because like a lot of the stuff that ends up being creepy looks relatively innocent at first, and so like there could be a guy walking behind you who's just making his way to work, but because he's been walking behind you for like 2 or 3 streets, you see it clock in his head. He's like, oh shit, this woman's been walking ahead of me for a while, and she might think I'm a stalker, and I might be scaring the shit out of her. So because I know there are stalkers and I want to be reassuring, but I don't want to talk to her because that only escalates things, I'm just going to cross the road and make my way to the same destination across the road. And I see people think that, like when I'm walking home alone at night, I'll look over my shoulder a couple of times because there's a guy behind me. And I'm like, do I need to take precautions now? Do I need to think about my safety? And they'll cross the road. And I'm like, oh, that was really sweet. That was very reassuring. But it's so sad that he felt the need to do that and that I felt the need to check. Like, I understand and empathize that, you know, so many guys are trying really hard not to come across as creeps. I just hope that people don't blame women for that and actually just blame the people who are creeps, who made it such a terribly difficult field, like to date in and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of just like one bad action can ruin the entire experience of guys. If for like a girl's perspective, she's had one bad experience before, she can be skeptical of all guys, which just suck. But as a guy also, I feel like it just must be frustrating because they know that any given woman on the street might feel that way towards them. So it's just a really difficult situation. I think we just have to make aware that, like, hey, it's not okay to be entitled so that women can stop feeling like this as often. Like, change the way guys interact so they don't come off that way. But
I think all that needs to happen is that we need to create situations and social etiquettes that kind of make it harder to be a creep. For example, I think it should be polite to offer your number instead of ask for one. So that way they ring you if they're interested, rather than you throwing a tantrum that you got a wrong number if they're not. Because like wrong numbers aren't a way to deceive or insult you. They're a way to be polite and get a safe distance in case you're one of those rare guys that will throw a hissy fit. Because I've been hit by a man that I turned down at club.
That's a fear a lot of girls have. Yeah, the aggression.
Yeah. So like I would rather people give me their number because then I'm not asked to volunteer any personal details I could be stalked with. And I get the choice to like ring them or not. I haven't been asked to divulge anything that might put me at risk. I've not been put in a situation where I have to turn someone down. I've just been offered a means of contact. And that way, you know, we don't have to have these constant discussions about how men should manage their behavior, because I don't think that's the answer. Because as well, the kind of people who are creeps are never going to listen. They're never going to care. They're not going to listen to us. The whole point is they don't respect women, so they're not going to listen anyway. So I think the answer is just creating social etiquette that makes it harder to be a creep, but allows for social interaction. Like, by all means, hit on women. But if you offer your phone number, it's an easier way to avoid any like danger on her part. And that way there's no discussion, there's no vilifying, there's no generalizing, there's no anger from either side, there's no arguments about whether or not women can be creeps too. It's just straight up, like, if you're interested in someone, you take the first step, you offer instead of asking for something. And like, there's so many ways that can be made a thing. If you're walking behind a woman in the middle of the night, maybe cross the road. That way no one feels threatened and no one feels like a creep. Like, these things are so easy, don't cause anyone any harm, don't make men the aggressor, they don't make all men creeps, they just generally make things safer. I think that's the answer, and it's so easy.
Yeah, it's just about how you approach things. Like, when you like somebody,
you brought up a
how
solution.
you act. Yeah, I think that's true, though, because I can't remember any instance where a guy's asked for my number and I felt comfortable. I've always, like, messaged the guys who have offered me their number first. They're like, hey, here's my number if you want to, like, text me sometime. You know? So, yeah, that's true. That makes me feel like I'm a lot safer around them.
Yeah, just don't put girls in, like, a situation where it's uncomfortable for them to, like, say no. Like, give them the option. I mean, give them the option if they want to. Whatever. Sorry.
But I think that's kind of difficult because from a guy's perspective, and I'm not going to pretend I know what a guy's perspective is. I can't speak for all guys, but like sometimes it's hard to realize when you're making something awkward. So like if you go, hey, do you want to go on a date with me in front of or some people propose in front of thousands of people. Like they'll go to a Super Bowl or they'll go to somebody else's wedding or they'll go to like a public space and they'll have like the band from a cafe play the marriage song and everything, and then you look like an asshole if you say no, and that's a lot of pressure. That is a lot of fucking pressure to create a romantic moment instead of a feels bad man for everyone in the room. Right? So like that, I would be so mad. I would never marry anyone who did that to me, because I feel like if you're going to ask for something, it should be with as many outs and as many ways to say no as is needed. And I feel like it should be recognized that pressuring people is fucked up. Because if you manage to pressure someone as well, if that works as a tactic, someone's not with you because they want to be. And that's bad. Why would you want that outcome? So, like, everyone should be agreeing very voluntarily. And if you engineer a situation without realizing it, where there's an audience, or where you can cause a lot of harm in their life if they say no, like a boss. Like, a lot of bosses don't realize that it's not okay to ask your employee whether they want a date, because it's an unspoken thing that you might think, well, if I say no, I might lose my job. And even if you say you won't lose your job if you say no, it's hard to believe someone, especially after you've had a few people go, it's okay to say no, and then hit you when you said no. Like, that's the kind of like, it's difficult. So yeah, it's about having empathy for the person and respect for the person that you're asking for something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's always scared me too. It's like whenever I see those kinds of like proposals in like in a Disney World or whatever, and so we're supposed to be the happiest place on earth. I'm just like, how can you say no there without ruining the entire event, the trip? Sometimes they're not at home, they can't go home right away. You know, that's like an awkward rest of your vacation. If like you didn't say yes.
Yeah. So like, I don't think it's necessarily always malicious. I think
No.
some people just don't realize the power of the situation they're putting someone in, and there's a difference. I think that's why maybe talking about this stuff might be scary, because there's a lot of backlash, but it might also be good, because then people preemptively have a little bit more empathy before the situation, because they might have entered it without thinking. When you're in love, you're dumb.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Damn. I wish we had like a guide. Maybe we should make one. A guide on how to not come off as a creep when talking to women.
Yeah.
I
For
don't
the
know.
good
Maybe
guys.
maybe a better branding decision is like what women want. A book written by actual women, because
Yeah.
like there are so many like creepy, like, what are those dating specialists called? Chat, could you help me here? Like, there's a word for them. They teach you how to win women, and they're like really creepy and teach you how to like push their head down in clubs and shit.
Yeah.
Pickup artists, those fuckers.
There you go.
Okay, so like there's loads of dudes trying to tell you what women want. I can say now, I've listened to a few pickup artists, they're fucking clueless, right?
Yeah.
Listen to actual women. Maybe there needs to be dating advice from
Yeah.
actual women, because like, yeah, that would probably be really helpful. And rather than just saying like how not to be a creep, because I don't think anyone like who is a creep knows they're a creep. I don't think they're gonna go, I need that book because I'm a creep. No, so far, all
Right.
of the creeps that I've ever met, I've been like, I'm not being a creep, but I really fancy you, and do you sell your underwear? Like, so
Yes,
so I think
exactly.
so maybe it's just like a how to pick up girls, because I think that's something that a lot of dudes can relate to, even the ones who haven't realized they're creeps, and even the ones who aren't creeps, who are just like kind of lonely. I think it would still benefit them, you know?
Yeah. I am working on that book though already. I'm working on an ebook for
you're
that.
writing a
Like,
book?
yeah, how to like present yourself in a way that's more appealing to women, like on dating apps and stuff, but also just like in general, like first date type of advice too, how to make like a good impression. But yeah, I'm working on an ebook for that since I started my dating profile review segment that I do on Thursdays, and now we have like the dating show on Fridays. So it's kind of just like led to this book that I'm creating, because a lot of people wanted more information like in a visual, you know, like a manual step by step they can reference when they make their own profiles and stuff. But
That's amazing.
yeah, maybe I'll include on there things to avoid doing, or like tips like giving your number first so that they don't come off as like pressuring the girl or creepy. Like a section for that too. So I think it'd be really good. Help a lot of people out, because I feel like there are a lot of guys who are like really have really good intentions but are so shy and afraid of coming off creepy that they don't even begin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Because I think there are so many good people out there, so many good men especially, who have literally no idea. And it's not so much that they're a creep, it's just that they don't know how to get started. And for so far, like a lot of people have been like in my chat, like, how do speak to grill? What? And and I'm just like, start seeing us as another species. Like everything you say to a dude, you can say to us. Like we have interests and stuff, and we can take an interest in what you're interested in. So just picture you're speaking to someone without a vagina for a sec, if that makes you less nervous, because the presence of one doesn't really change how the conversation goes too much, believe it or not. We're not another species, we're just another sex, and that doesn't really count for as much as you think it does. So if you just want to relax, just talk like you would to a bro. And they're like, what if you don't talk to bros? What if you have no friends? And it's like, well, maybe start there. Because like, it's like up a notch.
Yeah. I would always say, like, maybe not like your best friend, but like a coworker at work is a good starting point where like you're familiar with them, but you may not just tell them about your dick all the time, you know? Like, you're comfortable talking to them, but maybe, you know, hold off on the more private details.
Content is definitely needed during this time at most when people are socializing less. So I think it's the best time for you guys. Well, I know Amouranth writing her book, and Anita says like, oh, you should write a book, but you are making a platform for this right now, speaking about it. So now's the time.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a really good reminder too, like before everyone goes back to socializing like normal, whenever the quarantine stuff does lift around the world. It's like, here's a reminder, things that are good to avoid, and here's some good things to keep in mind. This is a good question. If you at some point ever dated a viewer who had a history of donating to you and others, would you be mad if they didn't stop donating to other streamers after you were together? Like, would you be mad if they kept donating to other people while you were in a relationship with them?
First, maybe it's just because my age, but I would just feel really weird dating like a viewer who donated to me a lot. I don't know, I just can't see those two going along. But no, I definitely wouldn't get mad. That's like a jealousy sort of thing, which I feel like applies to anything else with supporting other girls or having girlfriends. So, oh no, I wouldn't get mad.
What about you, Anita?
Yeah, I think that if they were doing it to get my attention because they were romantically interested, and then I got with them, and then they started showing signs that they were romantically interested in others because that was a sign for them specifically, I'd just be out. I'd just be like, if you're still trying to romantically engage with others or get their attention in that way, then I'm not enough for you, and I'll go find someone I'm enough for. So like if they're donating to me was not just support for my channel, but a way to get my attention because they're romantically interested, then yeah, I'd leave them. If they were doing that with other people. So like if all of the things they did to woo me were things they continue to do with other people, like then fuck them. Because I'm monogamous, and I would state that from the beginning. I am very loyal. I've never cheated on anyone. I expect the same. So if they agree to that and then do a fucking U-turn on it and start trying to hit on other people, they're not worth the time to me. Because I don't want to be manipulated into being with someone that I wouldn't be with if I knew all the facts. And so from that perspective, nah. But if they're just supporting other content creators, male and female, this is the thing. If it was a straight guy and they were giving like a similar amount to male content creators as female content creators, I wouldn't think it was out of romantic interest. And so it's definitely situation dependent.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also just on top of the situationally dependent, I feel like I would only even accept that if they were in a financial position where they could still take care of themselves or like afford, like if contribute to outings that we do, you know. It's not like, oh, I donated $10 a soda pop and so we can't go get a smoothie tonight, I'm sorry, like that kind of thing where it's like, then I would be kind of mad. You know what I mean? Like that kind of situation.
Yeah, that's just like wise money spending. Like, don't be,
Yeah.
you can't even afford like taking care of yourself. Don't be donating too much to.
Yeah,
others.
exactly. Like they have to have it needs to be like extra income that they have that they want to be generous with outside of
Yeah.
like how much goes into their bills and their fun time for the couple.
Of course.
Yeah, then I'd be mad.
So yeah, I think it's probably fine unless it's them hitting on girls.
Mm-hmm.
Supporting
Yeah.
streamers is good. Like, subscribing, like, especially if they're supporting both male and female, but I feel like you can tell if they're, like, just shooting for, like, the girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. There you go, chat. And so in that same vein, I want to let you know that if you get in a relationship with a girl and she's mad that you're donating to me, break up with her. I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that.
Oh, yeah. I get those DMs. It's like, my girlfriend's mad that I'm watching. It's like, those are so fucking weird when I get those. I don't even know what to say.
I'm just kidding. No. But for real, just make sure your girlfriend's cool with it. But don't try to deceive her, because that's going to ruin your relationship. If you're like, I'm donating this money to you, but don't tell my girlfriend, I'm going to tell your girlfriend.
Yeah.
I will look up your email, look up your LinkedIn, look up your social media just to find your girlfriend and rag on you. I will tattle. Don't tell me what your intentions are if you do that shit.
Thing.
Okay, so let me see. There's another one, I'm sure. Ooh. Oh. The chat was asking me earlier about the new Cardi B song and like, do they think that empowers or objectifies women? But I actually haven't listened to it. I've only like heard certain quotes from it. WAP. Yeah, WAP. Something about a dangly thing in the back of the throat is all I know about it. Anita's face. You haven't heard it either? Okay. Maybe we'll skip that one then. Andrea.
We only talked about it for 3 hours. I'm listening though. I'm listening.
Oh, did you actually hear the WAP song? Because I haven't heard it.
You haven't heard it?
No, Anita hasn't either. We haven't listened to it.
I mean, I listened to it after Trainwreck's podcast. Because, we talked about it for so long, I had to. And then now it's pretty much a meme. So sometimes I play it on my stream just for the memes. But
is it TOS safe?
We talked about it.
To play on? Is it TOS safe to play on stream?
Yeah. Fine. When it comes to music, I play whatever. As long as you're not DMCA. Like, no 50 Cent, because he came for us before. But, language-wise, it doesn't matter. Or that's my take on it.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like my personal view, because I've been asked before, is it empowering or does it objectify women? I kind of feel like it's music, so neither, right? Because I'm like, it's just a song that, to me, I don't take music very seriously, I guess, as far as like what an artist actually believes or what they actually want to promote. But I would like to think that it's just women feeling hot and not afraid to feel hot. And I don't really think it objectifies them because they're saying that they want this, right? It's not like against their will, like they're some kind of inanimate object.
Yeah, and I don't even understand why, there was so much hype about this song because it's not the first time that women are singing about this stuff. I mean, Nicki Minaj, there's so many female rappers, so I don't think it's very new, but...
I have no idea. I can't comment. But I do know that, throughout history, art has been the leading factor in a lot of social change. In order for laws to change, society has to change first. Because, for example, rape stats are a really good example of this. Rape is illegal. It is a crime. But less than 1% of all rapes actually get convicted because the attitudes of the people enforcing the law are so prejudiced against women. Mm-hmm. And so, they're like, why didn't you close your legs? Why were you out at night alone? You should always travel in a pack. You're a woman. This was your fault.
Oh yeah.
I would put this guy in court, but he has a promising swimming career, so we're just gonna slap him on the wrist. All this sort of stuff. And so 1% ever get convicted. And so the attitudes need to change before it actually means anything that the law did. Because up until very recently, it was legal to rape women if you were married to them and things like that. There was no such thing as marital rape. And so, like, social attitudes need to change first for laws to be effective and for laws to be enforced. And so, like, with that in mind, like, the best way to create social change and make an idea popular is to make it consumable. And that's what cartoons, that's what newspapers, that's what music, that's what artwork, that's what lots of art culture has done. It's been a huge leading factor in social change, making things better, and introducing ideas in a soft, easy, digestible way, because politics is hard for most people. So I do believe that, you know, songs are important. I do think people with a lot of influence do have a responsibility to an extent. For example, the creator of Jaws made sharks scary, and he regretted it for the rest of his life because people started going out and killing them because they were formidable. And it actually drove loads and loads of different shark species to the brink. And so now he goes and campaigns to try and save sharks and stuff because he fucked up. And there are loads of examples where art has turned into a horrible thing for someone. Like, art has gotten people killed, and art has made species go extinct. Art has created prejudices in society that make laws completely irrelevant because they're no longer enforced and that sort of shit. I think that art is important, but I think that, you know, it shouldn't be too outrageous for women to sing about their sexual desires, certainly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and I also just don't think that, like, I guess a lot of the big argument for that is like, oh, children can hear this song. And I'm like, I think that's your job as a parent to, like, make sure that if you don't want your kids exposed to it, to take control of what they consume online or, like, on the radio or anything. Like, if you don't like it, turn it off. You know, it's like, don't give your kids an iPad without supervision if you don't want them exposed to a lot of stuff, or put parental controls on it or whatever. I feel like we shouldn't be punishing media or artists, giving them, like, flack just because you're an irresponsible parent. You know? That's just my view on that anyway, 'cause I feel like that's a lot of the big argument I'm hearing.
Yeah, that argument doesn't make any sense. You can choose what you want your kids to hear.
I don't know. I feel like when I was a kid, I was exposed to a lot of stuff my parents couldn't control. Like, people were showing me porn on their phones when I tried to go to school and stuff. Like, I was exposed to loads of stuff. I'd sneak down and turn the TV on when my parents were asleep. You know, people would have conversations about stuff on the bus and I'd overhear it. There are loads of, you can't control the world and how it affects your kids. All you can do is prepare them for it. And I kind of feel like I wasn't interested in porn growing up because I knew about a lot more about it. I wasn't patronized. I got any information I asked for about anything from, like, day zero. So, like, I think because I was given an informed choice, I was less influenced by things because I knew what potential influence it could have. So, like, any question would be answered honestly. I wasn't patronized. I wasn't sheltered. And because of that, and because I understood what I was being exposed to, it had less power to change my ideas. Research and facts changed my ideas, but people's opinions were just something to take on board and consider. I think it's not about filtering your children, it's about preparing them, because you can't control the world.
That's true. And, like, if you see something, them being exposed to it, like, you know, on TV or whatever, and you can turn it off, but if you want to. But I also think that it's also effective just to explain, like, what it is that they're seeing. So otherwise, they'll see it somewhere else and not have that kind of explanation of, like, what it is. Like, you can choose to control it and educate if you, like, it really bothers you. Like, myself, if I was, like, a parent, I wouldn't try to, like, control what my kids watch to the extent, like, you can't see sex on TV or in porn or whatever, because I feel like the more you make it not a big deal and just educate them on it, the less fucked up they're gonna be as adults. When they're, you know, when they're, like, have all these, like, horny little ambitions and they're so suppressed because have had that sheltered from them their whole life, they end up being like, oh, I can't control my penis and I have to stick it in everywhere. Like, instead of just being like, hey, this is okay that you're having these emotions and here's how to deal with them safely and here's alternatives, you know? It's like, I feel like you fuck up kids more by trying to suppress what they're exposed to, rather than just educating and letting them know that these are parts of life that they're going to be encountering all the time, and it's not everything is all good or all bad. There are pros and cons to every decision.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like teen pregnancy. Like if you don't give kids any sexual information whatsoever and you shelter them from the idea of sex, more of them get pregnant at teenage years and childhood. If you tell them what sex is and don't try to filter sex from their lives, just prepare them and let them understand how to navigate all that stuff, they have less teen pregnancies. And so I kind of feel like taking the information away completely doesn't save people. It just makes people less ready when it hits them. And also, sexually oppressing people is the same as withholding food. Like, people with eating disorders binge, and people who are sexually repressed binge. And, you get a lot of sexual disorders from people who've been sexually repressed in an unhealthy way from childhood. So, yeah, I would say I completely agree with you there.
Yeah. I think someone in chat's asking if I'm going back on when I said, no, I'm saying if as a parent it bothers you, not my own parental decisions. If as a parent it was bothering you that much, try to control what your child's exposed to. Because I think that's like an individual preference on how you choose to raise your kids. You can't like tell people what to do with their kids.
Yeah.
Just like you can't tell artists what to make for their own content and tell the radio stations what to play. Like you can only monitor what you have control over. But yeah.
Well, prepare them for it. You can't control it. I mean, in this age, like 7-year-old with a phone literally can see anything. Go up to the parents to prepare them and how to deal with that stuff and understand it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and control my kids. I don't own kids. Like, if I were to breed, I wouldn't be like, right, you're going to be what I want you to be, and you're going to reflect my morals and shit. Like, no, they're their own person. All of the parents around me are people that weirdly, naively think no kid of mine would be this or be that. It's
Right.
like, bullshit. How many things are you presently that your parents never wanted for you? Like, what about your career choices? What about your relationship choices? I doubt that they agree with everything you did with your life. How naive is it to think that you can control what a person decides to be? You can't. And the more you try to control it, the more they resist you and the more it fucking backfires. Like, I don't have any illusions I can own a person or that they're an extension of me and my capabilities as a parent, as a person, as whatever. They're not. They decide. My job is to keep them alive and let them choose everything, because society progresses. We will become, when we make kids, we are the old version. Like, we are the PS3s, they are the PS4s. They are supposed to be a better version of us. And they can't be that if we're the ones guiding them, because we can't. If we could be a better version of us, we'd be it. So, let them and their new ideas and their new experiences carry them forward, and stop trying to limit who people become, because it's dumb, it's naive, and it always fucking backfires.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that ironic part in like my own like experience of seeing friends grow up and family members and how they're treated. It's like the kids that were tried to be made to be more like their parents end up the farthest away from their parents, and the kids that like their parents didn't have much control, they end up taking after because they respect their parents' decisions and like they the way that they educated them. They end up close with their parents even though their parents didn't try to make them that way. Just because their parents are like good people and they respect that and they say that's the goals that I want to be like that someday. It's kind of ironic.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. Definitely.
Oh, this is a good question too. Have you dated multiple people at once before? I assume they mean like dating, talking to, not like in a relationship with, because that would be like, that's more just an open relationship. But have you gone on dates with other people like in the same time frame?
What? Dating multiple people at once?
Like, I think like maybe you have like a date with one person on this week, but like you're getting to know them, like the courting period. Have you tried dating multiple people before? Like not in a relationship
Seeing different people like in the same time period?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's like normal when you're like, you're not in anything committed, so you're just meeting new people, trying out your options. That sounds pretty normal to me.
Yeah, I get the feeling that people though who really want to ask this question are probably trying to figure out if we'll date them. I don't know. So like if so, would you date me too? By the way,
It's like a girl who's like seeing somebody and they're like they're watching her or something. They're like, oh, do I stand a chance? Yeah, it's probably not that simple as I thought of it. Okay.
Yeah. I get the feeling it's like, you're seeing somebody, but would you come and see me too?
Yeah. Never mind.
These are chat questions. These are chat topics I'm pulling from.
I wouldn't date multiple people ever. Like, it takes me so long to be attracted to someone. Like, so I don't know if you've ever heard of the term demisexual. People hate it, but I am demisexual. It means I don't feel any attraction to anyone physically or anyone I don't know. I am just indifferent to bodies. Yep, that's a body. Does nothing. I could not just look at pictures or videos of people getting naked or people doing mating and stuff and get all excited and stuff. No beam salute, nothing. I'm just like not responsive. But if I am very connected with someone, I might be able to see them in a romantic light. And if over time I can see them that way, then slowly I might be able to see them in a sexual light, and that builds over time.
Mm-hmm.
So I can feel sexual feelings towards someone of physical attraction, but it's rare, it's slow to occur. And so it's never happened to me with more than one person at once. And I doubt that it ever will, just because it's so hard to get a boner over anyone. So, in that respect, if I take an interest in someone, they really, really have my interest, and it's very hard to think about anyone else in the same way.
I feel sad that that's like a label that has to be like explained, because I feel like that's just how like most people that I've been exposed to, just like the girls I've grown up with, not the guys, but the girls are like that, where it's like they have to, maybe because I grew up like very conservative, like Baptist society. But I feel like a lot of the girls are just like that. They have to like get to know somebody and like who they are as a person before they're actually physically attracted or will do anything with them. So I feel like that's like to me that's weird that it has to have a demisexual. Is that what it is? The label for that?
I think it's different because like every woman I've ever known has been able to acknowledge that a dude is sexy. And I mean, I think like Justin Bieber had a huge fan base of screaming women that have never met him in person but are desperately in love with him. And like Brad Pitt and Antonio Banderas, there are loads of sex icons that are dudes that have huge female fan bases that says that women can indeed be thirsty and be attracted to people they don't know and have like a superficial context be all that's required in order to feel attracted to someone. But I just don't have that. I'm pretty much asexual, but very occasionally, if there's some sort of long-standing connection, I can develop sexual feelings. And so it's being attracted to someone throughout my life has been an incredibly rare thing. And I think like I've known plenty of girls who fall in love too often because it's not like a slow, long-standing thing. And I know girls that can be like, my mom's one of them. She'll send me pictures of hot men all the time and go, look at this man, he looks so good. And I'm like, yeah, he looks like a vacuum-packed bag of potatoes. He's got lots of lumps. I'm glad you found something pretty. Have a great day. But it has no effect on me. Like I can't look at that and go, whoa, there's no bean salute. Like there's nothing. I just don't feel anything.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I'm that same way too, I think. But for me, it's like I can acknowledge someone's attractive, like by society standards. I'm like, yes, that is a very attractive man, but I don't want to fuck them. You know, I'm not like, ooh, like I don't get thirsty or turned on or like horny. So I don't know. So I guess I'm like in between that. I guess, like because you say you don't feel anything, and I'm like, I don't, but I can at least like acknowledge they're attractive. You know.
Oh yeah, but I think that's normal. Like demisexuals can definitely understand what the barometer is for an attractive person by sexual standards. Like it's like when dudes know when a guy's hot, even if they're not gay. They can go, "Whoa, if I was into men, it would be Ryan Gosling or whatever." Like I think it's possible to understand someone. Like if you're a heterosexual person, like you call it your like girl crush or whatever, where you're like, "There's a girl that's so pretty." Yeah, whatever. Like it's easy to understand the beauty barometer without getting attracted and invested. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I can do that too.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like normal to me. Tinkini, it's clearly Henry Cavill. I think a lot of guys would go gay for Henry Cavill. I think that's just...
I'm giggling. Like, who's that?
Henry Cavill is the guy who plays The Witcher and Superman. He started streaming, I think, recently on Twitch. So I think that's just like...
no idea who that is.
Really? I can type
I don't know any movies and...
I can type it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen The Witcher. Dude is broad. He got some shoulders.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. He looks like an animated character.
He does. He looks unreal. He looks ethereal.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, I think a lot of guys would go gay for that. Just because he's like Superman. They're like, ah.
Yes, definitely his role in the movie that also makes him more attraction. And then in real life.
Yeah. Someone's like, yes, we would. And I don't even like Superman.
I love your chat. They're so funny. Like when I was using the PS4, PS3 analogy, like there was someone who went, "I'm a PS2."
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was impressed with Amouranth's chat. They were dealing with a lot of this really well.
They are. I love my chat.
Yeah, but good
on
chat, good
podcast
noodles.
day. They're always fun on
Good boy.
podcast day, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This question that chat wanted to know earlier is like, they're like, is sex on the period unhealthy? No, chat. No, it's not. Okay? Oh my god. Chat. Chat, let me tell you, that is one of the only times that a girl will be like, please, chat, please. Because it's gonna open her up. It's kind of like an enema for your vagina. It just helps everything come out a lot better, chat. It's okay. Don't act like it's a bad thing. It's okay, chat. I need a space.
There are a lot of
Comment on these ones.
Like, like I'm not scared or like ashamed of periods or whatever. I think it's really weird that people are like, ew, gross. It's like if you're grossed out that women have periods, you're actually grossed out by fertile women, and that's not something to be proud of. Like it's not cool. Like we're already going through a rough time. Like the last thing you want while you're internally bleeding is for people to be disgusted and angry with you for something that you didn't choose or control. But aside from that, it's a sign that we can get pregnant, which is supposed to be something that is appealing naturally to, you know, fertile heterosexual men. And it's weird when you're kind of grossed out by puberty. That's kind of a concerning thing to admit to. So like I like if you want to say like what's a deal breaker among men, if they're grossed out because you have a woman's body that does woman's body things, then you know, nah, I'm done. Like the kind of guys who are like, girls don't fart. But like when it comes
Wait, they don't though. Shh, don't tell me.
Poop? Never.
So yeah, but like with the whole sex with the period thing, like it's kind of nice to know that your partner isn't grossed out by like a very normal, natural aspect of your fertility, because you know a guy who's grossed out by a woman who's hit puberty is concerning. That's my kind of stance on it. It's like a guy who's willing to mate during a period, as long as you're having a good time and it's not like during one of those days where you're just in too much pain to go with it or anything, you know, then all good. You know, it's my opinion, but I don't know of any nasty side effects. I still think it's worth using protection. There's this myth you can't get pregnant on your period, but every woman's cycle is different, and some people spontaneously have, you know, deposit an egg at random times. Those people who randomly ovulate can still get pregnant during the period. So a woman who doesn't understand her cycle and doesn't check it and monitor it is not a safe person to mate with on their period and have unprotected sex with. Also, unprotected sex during a period can increase the rate of sexually transmitted diseases because you're coming into direct contact with blood. So if you're going to have sex with a stranger, all the more reason to wrap up.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's a big misconception is guys are like, oh, you can't get pregnant, right? It's like, no, you still need a condom or something, you know, something to make sure, because there are instances where they still can, for sure. Yeah, I would also say that if you're not willing to accept a woman's bodily fluids, don't expect her to accept yours either, even if yours aren't blood. Like, if you can't accept that, don't expect us to accept your fluids. Okay.
There are people who have a period fetish.
Vampires?
They do call themselves that, yes.
Yes.
They make jokes about that and stuff, but yeah, there are people who buy used tampons and used period pads. And yeah, there's a huge market for it. So if you're ever strapped for cash,
Alex. Alex, my sister just
we got
rated
rated
us.
just
That's
now.
funny.
Thank you.
But that means they're gonna grab dinner soon. I'll hang out like another 15 minutes.
That's fine.
She ended her stream. Everyone in the chat was confused also because they were watching her stream and they're like, "This isn't the girl on this podcast." I share it with my sister. That was the other Botez live member who rated. All right, sorry to interrupt you, Anita. You can continue now.
no, it's fine. I'm a little worried I'm talking too much, so please
No,
take
no,
the
no.
floor.
I enjoy listening. I'm very shy, but I like most of these things. Plus, I can't really comment on. So, you guys go on.
Well, if you want to know more about period fetishes, I did some research.
Oh, that's what it was. Never mind, I forgot. Best time for the Botez live viewers to come. We're talking about period fetishes. I remember now. Yeah, we could do the next question.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
I'll do one more question and then I'll grab dinner.
Yeah. Did you want to talk about any on the actual document? I know you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I thought 2 of them were interesting, but okay, one of them was about Pokemon's apology, but I didn't really gonna bring down the vibes. It's some serious talk. And then another one that I thought was an interesting question was the last one.
Okay, number 7.
Twitch has been Twitch has been looking for ways to attract non-endemic viewers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they seem interested in the large contracts with musicians, maybe prominent media stars, celebrities. I've seen a lot of basketball players on Twitch recently with Trainwreck's podcast. It's the only way I'm exposed to them.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Recently Logic is, I don't know if you guys know who Logic is.
He
started
played at
streaming.
TwitchCon, the artist.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Yeah.
The hip hop artist. He started streaming. Obviously, there's been Soldier Boy, but he's started earlier.
So what was the question?
We were just talking about that Twitch seems to be interested in signing contracts, and we were just number A is: do you feel like viewers brought to Twitch by these media figures will stay on the site, and do you agree with Twitch's strategy?
I love it because there needs to be more diversity.
I agree.
So we have been a platform that has people who cook, people who travel, people who make music, people who do art. It is not just a gaming platform anymore. And there are people who are under the illusion that they get to decide who gets to be here because it's about gamers and we're in charge and this is a gaming platform, so you can't be hot on here. It's not fair and all this sort of stuff. And body painting and all this sort of stuff people rage about, right? But I like the diversity because it encourages people to get new interests, to explore new things, to find alternative points of view to their own. All this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool to have diversity. Having more is not a problem. It's not going to cause problems. It's just going to broaden horizons. And also, there tends to be this echo chamber of the same politics, the same ideas, the same kind of agendas and stuff. Whereas broadening people's contribution from different viewpoints as well will help people be more informed about their own opinions, have more options, learn new things. Because Google creates an echo chamber. It does. And so if you have a specific idea of the world, it will support it because you'll click. But that stops you learning. It stops you learning anything new and understanding the people that feel differently to you. And that can make you prejudiced against them and angry and resentful. So diversity is cool. Having loads of new people with new ideas come to the platform is fantastic. It shouldn't be gamer guys anymore. As cool as gamer guys are, they're most of my friends. I love that there are more than just gamer guys here now.
Yeah, I think it's going to help out a lot to hopefully eventually move towards a mainstream chat where it's not so much tits, show us them. Because I feel like the rest of media online is more used to women's bodies. You know, if when you start getting sports people in there, they see cheerleaders dancing all the time. They're not just they're dancing because they want to show their tits to me. No, it's just more accepted that there's backup dancers and music videos and stuff, and the people who enjoy the music aren't just and she wants to fuck me. You know what I mean? That's because she said hi, so we're gonna get married now. I feel like when you get a lot more of the mainstream audiences into Twitch, I hope that the chat will turn into more a diverse chat and not just like a one-minded focus of people who don't have very good social interaction with women. You know, it's like hopefully like just like a more normie chat mixed in there to some degree. That's the hope I have anyway. Well, not right away, but eventually.
Bullshit. Sorry, that's not. I'm not. That
No
wasn't
worries. Yeah, I totally agree. I agree that the variety is good. Like, we definitely do need a more mainstream audience on Twitch that could help this issue Amouranth was talking about. I have a question for you guys. Like, how do you think these, I guess they're like celebs, right, are going to integrate with like the biggest Twitch streamers? For example, like, we get more viewers than Soldier Boy, but obviously, like, collabing with Soldier Boy would seem crazy because he's such a big pop icon. So I'm curious if there'll be like a hierarchy or if they're just going to mix in with the streamers that are big right now. But how do you think the celebs are going to do?
I think that's going to be really interesting. I, for one, would love to see some celebrities on podcasts. I think that'd be really cool to see. But as far as the audiences they'll bring, I think it's just more of the same. Like, just more diversity will be really cool. And it also will attract more advertisers to the site, too, which will in turn help everybody on the platform.
I don't know that a celebrity is going to necessarily know how to be a streamer, and I think that's already happening.
True.
I feel like, you know, there are people on here who have been great in like porn or in like music or in like Formula One driving or whatever, but they don't know how to have a one-sided conversation and just talk to themselves in an entertaining way. They don't know how to generate new content. And the thing is, even YouTubers, because it's one thing to be able to edit everything you say to make it funny, to emphasize every joke with a zoom, and to script what you say for 20 minutes. But then try coming up with impromptu entertainment for 4 fucking hours, 5 hours, 8 hours a day. You know, some people stream for 24 hours. Imagine being entertaining for 24 hours with no input. You have to generate entirely from yourself, right? That is a skill. It's a unique skill. It's an underplayed skill. It's an unseen skill because the people who do it well make it look easy. But it's not one that every musician has. It's not one that every basketball player has. And so, like, I hope that nobody who has a streaming career in general feels threatened. Because, like, if people enjoy someone's music, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to enjoy their stream.
Yeah. And also, I just don't think that the celebrities would have time or the lifestyle to actually be a full-time streamer. I think it'd be highlights, maybe like behind the scene before a show or something from like their trailer if they're on like a movie set or something like that, where it's like highlights where they happen to have the time, like they're getting into makeup for a role or something. I don't think it would be all day like most streamers have. Yeah, it would be different content. It would be short, spectacle-y type things, most likely, or just, like, chilling at home, maybe a Q&A every now and then. But I don't think that it's going to be a big deal at all because there would be so many other streamers on the platform who do have time, so the viewers that are brought in by celebrities will just filter out to other people when in their free time when the celebrity's not on. As long as they're exposed to the site, I think it can only help the website. I don't think we have to worry about them, like, stealing viewers, per se, because it's like they're not going to have the time to commit, or the desire.
Yeah. Yeah, because streaming's definitely a lifestyle.
Yeah. Do you guys think that the resources for, like, money and capital are better used elsewhere to make the platform better, or do you think that's the best move they could be doing, is pouring it into attracting new media? People.
Wait, where are they currently using their resources?
Like trying to pay with contracts to bring musicians and media stars to the website. I feel like that's probably one of the biggest issues is discoverability of Twitch, like the appeal it has to other people. So I actually think this is a pretty good move. I don't think like... Yeah, they could pour some more infrastructure into the website with updates and stuff, but I don't think that would actually help them generate more income. Like, they could make the site more user-friendly, they could make the app better interface and things, but I think any kind of, like, adjustments to the technology or interface that could be put in probably won't benefit them as much as attracting new things. Because, like, if they're trying to compete with sites like YouTube who have, like, a much bigger user base, the only way that they're going to be able to is by attracting more users. And how do you attract more users? You go after content that they want to see, who aren't already on Twitch. So, I don't know. I feel like it's probably the best.
like things like discoverability, like with Twitch competing with YouTube, definitely like bringing on big celebs is not going to help that issue. And the problem with Twitch is that for like small streamers, it's so hard for them to grow unless, you know, like they go viral or something. And I don't, what they're doing is definitely not going to solve that.
Well, I mean, like, not really discoverability is, like, how people find the site, more of just, like, giving the site a chance, I guess. Like, because, you know, the only way they're going to find them is from other platforms, like Instagram, where they have millions and millions of followers, or Twitter, millions and millions of followers, or, like, if they approach YouTubers who have a lot to, like, give them a nice contract to start streaming on Twitch, too, or something, where they're attracting new audiences through that. I feel like that's going to give the platform the better option to attract more long-time users, even though I feel like the majority of them may not stay on Twitch long-term.
Gotcha. I was thinking of discoverability for individual streamers, but that wouldn't really result in the platform. I mean, it wouldn't result in more streamers, but not more viewers.
Right. Yeah, I think they're trying to attract more new, unique users to the site who haven't given it the chance yet or don't even know about it.
Yeah, it is pretty small in comparison. Like, Twitch is still relatively unknown.
Mm-hmm. Like, anyone I tell about it who isn't under the age of 30, no one has any idea what Twitch is, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. And, they have lots of competition, like YouTube Live, which is expected to grow more than Twitch, so I don't know. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a TV, so I don't know how much they advertise Twitch on television. I don't even have any idea about that type. I saw chat making some comments about it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't watch actual TV either. I feel like you don't have that much time to watch TV when you're a streamer. But...
yeah. No advertising at all? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about that there.
I would like to see personally big multi-billion-dollar companies making more of an effort to redistribute wealth, because as it stands, like, they have a lot of resources to make a huge difference in people's lives. At the moment, like, COVID has made loads and loads of people homeless, jobless, and desperate. And we have this Twitch, which is expanding and still seeing growth. And there are billions upon billions of dollars sitting here in this company. And I really would love to see initiatives to kind of help those struggling, because we're an industry that benefited from not being hit by COVID at all. In fact, some people have even benefited from it because more people were in their homes watching. And so I'd love for there to be some sort of fund that's made where, like, contributions to a pool where people who are in destitute circumstances can apply, and we can give them like a little bit of a bump or a boost financially or something. Like, there could be like, we are going to help like 10,000 people with their rent for like 5 months. Like, we're going to make an initiative to help out people suffering from COVID, some sort of charity, or like some sort of initiative that's permanently attached to these platforms like YouTube or whatever, where they plant trees, because companies do that. Like, so why can't platforms? Why can't there be like, for every 1,000 viewers, we'll plant a tree on YouTube or whatever, so that like the huge amount of wealth that's being generated gets to put to better use than being sat on by some guy who puts it in their bank account and will never get around to spending it because they earn more money than they'll ever spend in their entire lives. And I'm not opposed to people being well off and wealthy. I'm just saying that when it becomes wealth that's even useless to the people who receive it, like, maybe this is a hell of an opportunity to help a world in crisis. I'd love to see more of those sorts of initiatives. And I think it would get people feeling really good about supporting the platform as a whole and getting involved in whatever it took. Like, if for every 1,000 bits you donated, they helped someone suffering through COVID or whatever, or help someone who lost their home because of COVID, people would feel really good about spending their bits. You know what I mean?
I think that's a genius plan. It'll never happen, though.
I think, though, the reason why that wouldn't happen is because Twitch is owned by Jeff Bezos, and he's already doing very similar things to that with his own, like, charity moves and programs that he's put into place. So I don't think he would do that with Twitch, considering that Twitch doesn't actually generate that much profit for how much, like, money it takes to run the site. So I think, like, since he governs that charity type already, I don't think he would push that to Twitch, because for him, it's like, why would he go through the trouble of setting that up on Twitch when he could just give it out of pocket? So, you know, the charity. But yeah. I do know what you mean, though. I would like to see Twitch, like, take more I guess, take more action, I guess, not necessarily as a site giving back, but maybe just, like, run events or tournaments that, like, bring awareness to the people through their content creators. Because I don't think that Twitch giving, like, a percentage of their proceeds or whatever through bits or anything would necessarily help, just because they don't create that much profit for themselves as a website. But I just think bringing awareness to it through, like, certain programs, like, it's kind of like Twitch Rivals, but, like, tournaments and stuff that are actually bringing awareness to a certain topic or giving back in that way would actually probably be more effective as far as people knowing about it and people feeling like they're involved. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a difficult topic, I guess, because Twitch is ultimately owned by somebody else. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This is like why I feel like it should be totally socially incentivized by for people who are well off to get involved in changing the world with what they gain. I think that should I think that wealth shouldn't equate to status. I think your impact should equate to status. I think we should admire people who change things more than people who manage to make money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, I guess, Amazon's already, like, worth way more than Twitch is, right? So, like, to Jeff Bezos, Twitch is, like, not even hardly a concern of his. It's just something he has of a foothold in the streaming market online.
I care less, honestly.
Yeah, he's like, it's like a drop in the bucket for him because, like, Amazon as a company makes so much more, so he's not going to invest much time to actually get something like that going on Twitch specifically. He'd rather just, like...
Sucks.
Yeah.
It makes me lose faith in, like, progress for the site because, like, well, he doesn't care very much about it compared to all the profit he's making off of things like Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I don't know. I guess that's probably a good place, though, for you to... I don't want to keep you too long, Andrea, if you wanted to go...
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a good note. I really enjoyed being on here. I know sometimes I don't speak. Sorry about that, but thank you. I really enjoyed my time. It was great to get to know both of you guys and Minx.
Yeah,
she was here for a
you're
shorter
fine.
time.
Don't worry about it. And I'll let... we can just wrap it up here. I don't want to keep Anita too long. And I think we covered all the good topics without just going on chat's advice. Like, do girls actually poop? So... do they actually poop?
But we should definitely plan something for the future also, which maybe a chess session. But had a good time with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be super fun. I'd love to do that for sure. For sure, we'll plan something soon. But yeah, thanks guys for both of you guys joining. And we had Justa Minx earlier. If you guys missed her, go follow her as well. All the links are in the chat right now. Let me see. Here they are. All the links, you can follow them on Twitch, throw them a sub, go check out their Instagrams and their Twitters, follow them there too. And yeah, thank you guys so much for contributing your time. I really appreciate it.
It's been really fun. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. All right, girls.
Bye.
Yeah, see you guys next time. Bye.
I don't know how to hang up.
Oh, I'll do it for you. It's fine.